Good evening, pretty shiny peoples. How is everyone tonight? Okay, so I guess, as always, I should start by apologizing to the book club. I meant to start reading today, but the thing is, I just now got off work. So I am off tomorrow and I am off on Monday. I don't know how loud the house will be tomorrow or who all will be here. Um, so I will try really hard for tomorrow, but Monday at the latest, I will get part 13 up. So, and then we will start being regular again. So sorry about that. Life gets crazy sometimes. Hey, Midnight.
Hello.
How are you this evening?
Uh, I'm all right. Just chilling. I made some tea. Uh, yeah, I'm waiting for it to cool.
My dumb ass was fixing to ask you if you made some sun tea like it was the fucking summer or something. It's not the fucking, it's too cold for sun tea. What the hell was I
Yeah.
thinking? But
Uh,
I almost said it anyway. I don't know.
yeah. Well,
Anyway,
uh, kind of wish we weren't live, but you were live, so I figured I'd join you.
I'm sorry. We need to
Uh,
do an off-air hang sometime.
yeah. Found
Yeah,
myself, Mac. Mac, where are you? Where's my DMT wine? I want my DMT wine. Oh wait, wrong person. But I do want my DMT. Man, I haven't talked to Mac in forever.
I know. I'm assuming he's been really busy. And
Mm.
I've been really absent, so it's probably a combination of the two. He's been busy, I've been absent.
Yep. Hmm.
I miss Mac though. Oh man, it has been a day already and it's snowing again. It's been snowing all fucking day again. And I feel like the ice was just starting to clear off the fucking roads.
Yeah,
I'm not
right.
very happy about it. We're not we're not supposed to get this much precipitation. I don't know what the fuck is happening. I guess it's El Nino though. El Nino year. We got a lot of rain and a lot of snow this year for no apparent reason. So I'm guessing you joined me without paying attention to the title, which is fine.
Well, I mean, I did see the title, and I would like to know what it's about.
Okay, what's the title about? Um, it's about people. It's about people in general, really. Like it's this thing I've noticed that okay, as part of my trust issues, which I've obviously been exploring a lot lately, as part of my trust issues, I don't like being parts of groups, right? And I'm sure you've noticed that in my hesitancy to even say that like I'm in the community. I always say like no, I'm not in any community. I'm on the fringe, right?
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, okay. But I'm like that like in every aspect of my life, right? And all these people have these labels for themselves. They're like, "Oh, I'm Republican, I'm Democrat, I'm independent, I'm pro this or I'm pro that or I'm Tea Party or I'm whatever the fuck," right? And I don't fit in any of the groups. And it's not that I necessarily object to the morals of the groups or all of them, right? I may deviate like one or two, and generally people would consider that acceptable to be included in the group. But what if they're really big? And what if it's only okay for a third of the group and the other two-thirds of the group hates that I disagree on this point, right? And how many people can you compile in a group before there's so many disagreements that it's not even a cohesive group anymore? Are you even working to the same goal anymore? Or are some of you working for something else the others don't even know about? And so I don't trust groups more than I don't trust people, right? And I don't understand not only people's need to label themselves, but people's need to force these labels on other people.
Yeah, I get that. I've noticed a lot of the same things as well. 'Cause people always calling themselves Republican and Republican, Democrat, and all that. And I'm sitting here to myself, okay, why would you like? Why would you use that label when when that label is so limiting? Like, it's like, okay, you're a Democrat, cool. Do you know what do you know everything? Do you understand do you understand what that label entitles? The implications of that label, everything that the label says about you and about the other people
Well,
that
no,
have it.
do you even know what it says? Does the group even agree on what it
Yeah,
means?
yeah,
If
that's it. It's like,
if your group is really split into four different groups that have varying opinions on varying things, but you're united by something, are you even working toward a cohesive goal? And who's backstabbing who? And how many corrupt people are in that group, right? Like, so even more than trusting people, trusting groups scares the hell out of me, right? And so
yeah,
I
no, I
don't.
don't blame you. You're like me. You're a nonconformist. But
Well, I
whatever.
just, if I can support you, you know what I said earlier on Togs when we were talking to Odin and everything,
You have to
and
remind me because I was just watching and I'm kind of banned from there. But we'll talk about that later. Go
oh,
ahead.
okay. Well, I said something like I think 1 second.
You have no idea how much I miss Pixie. To anyone who's listening in the chat.
Back at you. So I said something like because I think people are not just tribal. I think we're overly tribal. I think we tend to look for enemies where where there aren't any, right? And it's almost self-sabotaging. And the
Oh, you're
example
not
I gave
kidding.
of
Yeah,
that,
you're not kidding.
right? The example I gave of that is when Odin was talking to James Apperson. James Apperson had a stream asking, "Is there any version of Christianity compatible with secular humanism?"
Hmm.
And Odin
That's a
went up
good question.
yeah, Odin went up there and he and Odin agreed on like almost everything. And where they didn't agree, A, it wasn't a tremendously big disagreement, and B, it was very much like, I would choose not to do that, but I'm also hands off and everybody's choice is their own choice, right? So
Hmm.
again, it's compatible with secular humanism. So they get to the end of the stream, and the conclusion is that Batman's version of Christianity is compatible with secular humanism. But then other people join and they start attacking, well, what about this Christian view? Well, what about this Christian view? And Odin is saying, like, well, I believe this, well, I believe that. And they're like, well, what happens when the atheist meets a Christian that says this? And I started thinking about it, like really thinking about it. And I was like, why was everybody in such a rush to dogpile him? The question wasn't, can you make every Christian compatible with secular humanism? Because not even all atheists are compatible with secular humanism, right? Like,
Yeah.
so why would all Christians be? The question was, is there any version? And was that not already answered, right? So whether or not you agree on his belief in a God, if you can agree on a societal model, why are you making an enemy where there is none, right? And how much of that is down to these labels that everybody
Well,
insists we have?
I mean, when it when it comes to people like attacking or dogpiling Odin for what he said, I think a lot of it comes from, yeah. I'm gonna go on there and trip him. I'm gonna ask him this, see how he answers it. I'm Like, it's very fucked up because at that point, you're not trying to get to the truth of the matter. You're trying to trip the other guy up and get a win. It's so messed up.
I don't know. I think it's interesting because we adopt all these labels trying to describe or identify ourselves, but we end up accomplishing two things. We end up making enemies where there aren't any, and we end up lumping ourselves in groups that have a lot of people that support things that we would never support, right?
Yeah.
And I I don't see the use in it. And B, I really don't understand why people are mad that I don't. Right? Like I said, even if you can label yourself, what brand are you then? What brand are you? Or are you the group within the group that thinks this? Are you the group within the group that thinks that? Are you the group within the group that thinks the other? And how many of you are sabotaging the other side? Like
It's so fucking complicated
what
navigating
is
the vastness of the social fucking landscape.
so what does the label actually do? What does the label do?
Hmm.
Do we even agree on what any label means?
Well, I would say I would say that putting a label on something. Say, for example, say if you have, if you this is like a medical example, but let's say if you have symptoms, if you have something you don't know what it is, putting a label on something, allows you to describe the symptoms and find ways how to deal with it.
So
Like,
should we label people like products as if they aren't complex and prone to changing or adapting? Are we so obsessed with labels that we label ourselves like products? And what does that mean?
tough question. No, I'm not saying we should label ourselves a product. Like, we should label ourselves a product. And in fact, labeling people is actually one of the issues that you run into when it comes to what the hell is it? When it you know when it comes to psychology, right? You can go to a psychiatrist, and be like, "Oh, you have bipolar disorder. Here are medications to help you with it." Then of course, that label, that 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 label that they put in, has a
Sure, but even then there's a distinction, right? There's people who live with bipolar disorder, and there's people who live bipolar disorder. There's there's people who have it and deal with it, and there's people who define themselves by it.
yeah. That's kind of the point I was trying to make. We it doesn't possible for us to mislabel ourselves like, oh, I'm a Republican. Okay, well, you talked about it. Oh, no, maybe, oh no, shit, I was a Republican, but
Okay,
maybe
no,
I'm
okay,
more.
but what does Republican say to me? What does it say to me? Are you a Reagan Republican? Are you a more moderate Republican? Are you a super staunch Republican? Are you alt right? Are you MAGA? Are you Tea Party? What does Republican even mean anymore? The same with the Democrats. Are you a corporate Democrat? Are you a moderate Democrat? Are you a reasonable Democrat? Are you a Marxist? What does it mean? What does it mean? And
Uh,
how many people in that group do you actually identify with? So what good is it?
Hillary's. Sorry, I don't know how to answer you.
I just don't get our obsession with these labels that I think have nothing to do with defining the person
Yeah, I get
or
that.
their values, right? I just struggling with this. Also, I need to find Sir because I have some economy questions. So if anybody sees him, can you please tell him that I'm trying to hunt him down? Back on topic though.
Hmm.
No, I'm not labeling them as people who live their bipolarness. They are people who
They claim to have it, but but have not been diagnosed.
no, I'm not even talking about those people. I'm
Oh,
talking about people who are like who are diagnosed, but rather than managing it or dealing with it, they're like the people who are like constantly talking about it and blaming all of their issues on
yeah.
it. And
Okay,
you,
yeah.
you know what like, there's no accountability because they have this thing, like those kind of people.
All right, yeah, fair enough.
Like, it's not my fault I set your house on fire when I was in a mania. I just have bipolar. Never mind that I know I have it and I could have taken medication and recognized the signs and talked to a professional, right? Like, it's not my fault. Well, okay. Sure, if you were medicating yourself and your medication wasn't working right and you hadn't quite made it into the doctor yet, that could be argued. But if you're somebody who ignores the signs, because why not? I have bipolar and nothing's ever my fault. You know what I mean? Same with
Yeah.
schizophrenia. Same with all of those things. You know when your medication's not quite in balance, and there is a period of time between that and going into like full breakdown. At least for the schizophrenics. You don't just pop into full psychosis if you've been medicating like you're supposed to. You can gradually go into psychosis if you are medicating like you're supposed to and your medication is not working properly because you've gained some sort of like tolerance. I'm not saying that can't happen, but you generally have warning signs that let you know, hey, I need to go get my medication evaluated.
Hmm.
I'm not saying labels as in all labels are bad. I'm saying, why are we so obsessed with labels that we try to label people like products?
I mean, I would say one reason is organization, but that has its own issues.
But again, as I said, what are you organizing? What does Democrat mean? What does Republican mean? How many factions are there? Are there so many factions that one group is actively working against another group? Yes. So what does it mean? What does Republican mean? There's so many factions in there that some of them are working against the others too. So what does it mean? What is it organizing? And what am I signing my name to when I adopt that label because I relate to this group somehow? Do I assign my name to all of it? All the crazy factions fighting against each other? Like, I don't. Why is it important that I call myself that? If I can agree with you and I can largely live on your terms, right? We largely see eye to eye, and our disagreements aren't disagreements that affect you or me or our choices in the way we live or anything like that, right? If that's not there, why does it matter if I share your label? Why? But who decides the tribes, right? Like, and again, how big can the tribe get before part of the tribe's working against another part of the tribe? And I'm supposed to trust all of them because tribe?
Well, as you did say, it's more like super tribes.
Did we never stop to think that maybe people aren't products and we're a little too complicated to sort and label like that? And that doing so would not only create conflict, but conflict within conflict? Did we not learn our lesson with religion?
Apparently not.
No, of course not. Anybody else is welcome to join and jump in and discuss these things. I feel like I'm harassing poor Midnight here, who did not
You,
volunteer for this.
I want to answer some of these questions, but I just can't. I don't want to spout off some fucking bullshit. I want to give you an answer. I just
Look, I just have weird thoughts, okay?
joined the club. So do I. Mine are just more text based.
What's the topic? Well, Stefan, I have been pondering why people are so obsessed with labels, that we label ourselves like products, knowing we do so in an incohesive and inexplanatory manner. So far we've talked about things like I have like really big trust issues, but more so I have like trust issues in groups of people, right? Like groups, because I think when you start getting into groups, the problems just multiply and multiply and multiply, right? Depending on how big the group gets. So first you have people who have small disagreements, then you have people who have big disagreements, then you have these backstabbing cliques and these factions that are supposed to be in the same group that are actively working against each other. You've got corrupted people, you've got people who don't really believe but are there for the camaraderie or whatever, right? You don't. So how many of these people do you actually share that vision with? When you put this label on yourself and they put this label on themselves, are you describing the same product? Do you know if you are or not? And knowing that that's the case, right? Then why are these labels so important? Why are they demanded of people and thrown at people as if we're this non-complicated product of a thing, right? Even Republican and Democrat, what does that mean? If you tell me you're a Democrat, what does it mean? Sincerely, what does it mean? Are you a corporate Democrat? Are you a moderate Democrat? Are you a Marxist? What is it you're trying to communicate to me? And if you're a Republican, the same thing. Are you MAGA? Are you Tea Party? Are you corporate Republican? Are you right? Like, what kind of Republican are you? Like, there are Republicans who don't like other Republicans, and there are Democrats who don't like other Democrats. And knowing these things, A, why do we adopt these product-like labels? And B, why do we demand them of other people? I don't think it's the best we can do. I think we've shown ourselves pretty capable of describing things um, in pretty divisive manners, right? We get really specific with categories, particularly in English, may I remind you. If you show in a like a Chinese person a picture of a sheep and you say, what is this? They will say sheep and you will say yay. And then you show a picture of a goat and you say, what is this? And they will say sheep and you will be confused and they will not. We distinguish them. They do not. We can always make classifications more distinguishing, but we don't. We don't. we'd rather keep our group big, but also know that there's infighting and a fraction of the group is working completely against another fraction of the group. Is it like a safety in numbers reflex? What is that? Divisive, I mean more specific. We can always be more specific, but we don't use, when we apply labels to products, we apply them in order to be more specific. It's not just this food. This food has this ingredient, this ingredient, this ingredient, this ingredient. But when we use labels on people as if people were products, it doesn't get, you're not dividing the factors in. You're not explaining the ingredients. You are putting them in a group where a compilation of many different ingredients is possible. So when I look at this label, it doesn't tell me there's green beans and there's carrots, right? It tells me there may be green beans or peas. There may be carrots, or it may be turnips, or it may be shallots. We're not sure, but one of those three is in there, right? And it goes down the list like that. So if we were labeling to be accurate, why would we be so inaccurate with our labels? So much so that there would be infighting. And how? Somebody please explain to me how anybody can trust a group that big to not be corrupted or fighting against itself. How? How do you do that? How do you wear that label and be like, yep, signed up for all that? What do you even know? Do you even know what's going on? With part of your group, sure, but with all of it? Maybe I just have really severe trust issues, but I don't understand it. I don't understand being so obsessed with labels that we not only wear them like we're a product, but we label other people as if they're one too. Pixie Storms isn't a label. It's a moniker. It's a way to not give you my real name, and it's actually a compilation of two things. So here you go. I have a friend who's very, very Irish, and she's 5'3", and she's absolutely adorable. And I called her Lady Luck for years. And one day she said, "Why do you call me Lady Luck?" And I said, "Because you're small and you're facetious and you're so much fun and you're like a little leprechaun." She laughed hysterically. She looked at me and she said, "You are smaller than I am. You are twice as facetious as I am. So if I'm a leprechaun, then you are a pixie." And for some reason, everybody started calling me Pixie. That's where Pixie comes from. Bringer of Storms happened to be my tag name at the time. And it got divided into the people who called me Pixie and the people who called me Storms. People were really, really confused about Pixie because they would be like, "Where the hell is this Pixie?" Because my name was Bringer of Storms. Hence, we now have Pixie Storms. There you go. I know, not quite what everybody thought, right? But yeah, it's literally just two names, two groups of people called me, so they stopped confusing each other. That's it. That's all it is. Pixie is the one that turned into my actual nickname, though. Like, most people call me Pixie in real life. Like, even Super Munchkin's friends growing up would call me Mom Pixie or Mama Pixie. Like, so, like, that's my actual nickname. But Storms comes from my tag, Bringer of Storms. Spooky. Yeah, I don't know. Where did spooky bed hair come from? I wouldn't say it's a label, though. I am neither a pixie nor am I a weather pattern, right? So I wouldn't call it a label. The word below that would be closer to a label. And I only say that because I asked the man who gave me that nickname, "Why do you call me that?" And he said, "The same reason I call you okay, there's a name that translates to Dancing Feather. Most people called me Feather. He did not. He called me Dancing when he shortened it. So he said, I call you Hummingbird for the same reason I call you Dancing. You're tiny and you never stop fucking moving." Which I thought was hilarious. So maybe that one's somewhat of a label, the closest, I guess. But Pixie Storms wouldn't be. Nice. Yeah, I don't know. But I don't mean like nicknames and monikers and friendly little pet names. I mean like the labels we pick up throughout our life, right? I'm a libertarian. I'm this religion. I'm a nonconformist. I'm a free thinker. I'm a free spirit. I'm a wandering spirit. I'm devout to this. I'm a social justice warrior. We adopt all these labels, and these labels are adopted by such a wide group of people that there's literally groups within the same group sabotaging other groups in the same group. And I don't understand it. I don't understand how people trust the group. I don't understand how they trust the label. I don't understand what they think it means. I don't understand their need to label themselves and other people. I don't get it. I just don't. Even in politics, right? They're like, oh, well, if you say you're a Republican, I know what you stand for. No, you don't. You hope they know what you stand for. And if you're a Republican, you're assuming they stand for your branch of the Republican. But what if you're a Tea Party Republican or a MAGA Republican, and that guy's somebody you consider a rhino? Does Republican mean anything to you then? You see what I'm saying? Like, what is it except for false advertising, and how do you trust it as anything other than that? Why can't you just run on ideas instead of labels? And why can't we treat people the same? If that person's religious belief doesn't affect how I live my life, and my lack of religious belief doesn't affect how they live their life, why are there any enemies to be had, and why are the labels are important, and what are the labels really, really saying that matters? And if there's such a difference that we can't coexist, then how can we be labeled in the same group? I don't understand these things. I just don't. I don't know. Maybe it's because I have trust issues and I will likely never really belong to a group. Maybe that's why I don't get it. He got really quiet. Now I feel awkward.
Sorry, Pixie.
All good. My mind does that. It's never one question. It's like 500 questions. Go.
Yeah. You know, it's weird. I sometimes go down a path of questioning, but then my mind will be like, "Stop it! You're being an idiot," and stop.
I don't do that anymore. I decided when I was young that I was just weird and I was going to have fun with it. But I told you the couple of instances that really got me like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess my problem is that at times when I do let myself show others how weird I am, they'll be like, "Oh my god, you're so let's see, you're so pseudo intellectual and arrogant. Like, dude, fuck off.
You know,
I'm philosophizing."
I think the reason I learned to hide how weird I was, I think the reason I was so shy for so long was because I was trying to hide how weird I was, right? Because when you're like a little kid, you don't think about those things. You just spew all
Yeah,
your thoughts, you know? And it wasn't until things started like the tree incident, you know, where I was like staring at the tree and the kid walked up to me, my friend walked up to me and he's like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, "I am thinking." And he's like, "You're staring at a tree." And I was like, "Yes, I am staring at a tree and I am thinking." He's like, "What are you thinking?" And I was like, "Trees live really long." And he was like, "Yeah." And I was like, "And they're very still." And he was like, "Yeah." And I said, "Do you think I'm like a fly to that tree?" And he looked at me and he's like, "You are being really weird. I will talk to you later." And I was
that's
like, "Okay." He's like, "I'm gonna go finish my game." I was like, "Okay, bye." Like, and little instances like that would happen over, and I eventually, it's not like he was terribly mean to me, right? Like 10 minutes later, I think I was done pondering and I went and joined and played.
yeah,
But like the instances became more and more, and the responses became more and more like, "You're really fucking weird." And then I got like really shy. I'd be like, "Oh, I don't want to talk." I don't know. But again, maybe I wasn't shy. Maybe that's just like more of my like severe trust issues. I don't know. I was definitely scared though. There was definitely a lot of anxiety. Like when I had to talk in front of people for a while. You wouldn't know it now, huh?
nope.
I think it starts to show when I'm up here by myself. But usually if I have somebody to talk to, it doesn't show.
Well, I have been quiet most of the time because you're asking these questions. I have no idea how to fucking answer, and it's like, help me.
I always try to have discussions with people, but it seems like, especially here lately, not a lot of people want to join. And that's okay. Maybe it's because I'm hurling weird questions. I don't know, but that's what I was
Well, I mean,
thinking, so I did.
I don't think they're weird questions. I think they're hard questions for a lot of people to even begin to answer or even begin to like notice. You know what I mean? You have Doubting Thomas, Nerdy, Spooky Bedhair, and others, semi interacting with you and they're adding their own stuff to it. Also Halsey, even though I don't think she's You posted much?
I really just don't get it, because my closest answer, for real, like honestly, not even I don't have an answer, right? I don't. My closest answer is that we're very tribal beings and we crave this sense of belonging, and there's safety in numbers. So maybe we not only want a group, but we want a bigger group to feel validated and protected. That is my closest guess, because otherwise, what the fuck are we doing? If you're in a group so big that part of your group's trying to sabotage another part of your group and everybody's always fighting, what are you labeling, and what the hell kind of tribe do you think you belong to? I can't, those are the two things I can't reconcile, right? This need for a tribe and belonging, but for that need to be A, so strong, and B, so disregarded at the same time, that you would put yourself in a group so big it can't be trusted, but a group so big that one faction of it would actively sabotage another faction of it, then what are you aligning yourself with? What is it describing? What kind of tribe is it? Do you even have a tribe anymore, right? And it's the gap, the major gap between those two things, that really, really makes me think, why the fuck are we doing this?
It's really sad that most of the world, like 95% of it, are not as self-aware as you're being right now. That is pretty sad.
I think about stuff like this way too much, but I really have no answers, and it bothers me. I actually cannot comprehend people a lot of times, and maybe that also feeds into my trust issues, right? Not only can I not trust you or trust groups for the reasons I said before, right? It's hard enough to trust an individual, much less 10 of you pretending you agree on everything, right? Like, but how? I don't. I just cannot wrap my mind around it. Not just to do it, but to do it with such conviction and vigor that you need other people to do it, and you do it for them in the absence of them doing it.
Okay, you know what?
Again, as if people are products.
Well, okay, and I'm going to ask you that. Like, what do you mean that people are products?
Okay, like I said, when we label things, right? When we started labeling things, we labeled things for two purposes. We labeled them to give warnings of possible side effects. Well, three purposes. Three. We labeled them for warnings, for possible side effects, things like that. We labeled them with instructions on how to use them. And we labeled them to give the ingredients, right? Even when we labeled plants and animals, we were classifying them into cohesive groups that were the same in some manner. But we didn't keep this practice when we started labeling people. When we started labeling people as if they were products, we didn't keep the same model. Again, if I was reading the Republican label, given that we have Tea Party Republicans, MAGA Republicans, corporate Republicans, given that we have corporate Democrats and we have progressive Democrats and we have moderate Democrats and we have Marxists in the Democrat Party, given those mass divides, attempting to read a label that we've assigned to people, again, would be like saying, this may have onions or it may have shallots. It might have carrots or turnips, or instead of carrots and turnips, it might have garlic, but it's going to have one of the three, right? And you go down the list like that. Well, there's so many endless combinations of that I don't even know what the fuck I'm buying at that point. So the label's clearly not to describe a cohesive group. That's not what it's there for. If it was there to describe a cohesive group, this list of ingredients isn't making any sense. And why is the list of ingredients so long and so fast that half of the group is completely incompatible with the other half of the group and they're actively sabotaging each other? Right? So it's clearly not for a sense of belonging or tribalness, because why would there be so much infighting? It's not describing what you are, because if it's describing what you are, why are there so many options? Unless you're leaving it open to infighting and so many options because you want the label broad enough to bring you validation and safety in numbers. And if that's the case, then what does the label describe ever? And why are we so obsessed with labeling people as if they are products and we can just be like, all of this has the same thing in it, when it clearly fucking doesn't? And all labels aside, both labels projected onto somebody and labels accepted by somebody, all labels aside, if I can come to the table with somebody who does not have the same label as me at all, either accepted or projected by society, and we can coexist in a manner that's beneficial to either of us, why does there need to be an enemy? Because the labels said so.
I don't know, but there is something that Halsey said that I think really helps. If I like, if you don't mind, I think group labels regarding thoughts, beliefs can be tricky, but activity labels can be easier. What one does instead of what one believes.
Yes, but what we do is an exercise, and an exercise is easy to label. I engage in debating, therefore I'm a debater. I engage in hiking, therefore I'm a hiker. I engage in cycling, therefore I'm a cyclist. Why are we so obsessed with
And
these
actually,
labels?
there is another thing to consider about labels that I just realized. Like, at what point when does a label actually apply? Like if you call yourself a writer, are you really a writer just because just because you type, just because you type on Twitter or whatever?
If you engage in writing, you are a writer. Whether you are a distinguished writer, a recognized writer, or even a good writer is debatable, but if you are writing, you are a writer.
Hmm, interesting.
Um, a lot of great artists were laughed at until after they died. Does it make them less of an artist? No. Um, they did art. That's what they did. Um, but like I said, an activity is easy to label, and it's easy to label yourself as part of an activity because it is something specific being described. My problem is when you start to label your person as if your person was a product or an activity. Again, you can say I'm Republican, but what does that mean to me? Are you a Tea Party Republican? Are you a moderate Republican? Are you a corporate Republican? Are you way in the nosebleeds? Are you MAGA? Right? You can say you're a Democrat, but that doesn't mean anything to me. Right?
Also,
Or
you're identifying yourself with a label. You say I am a Republican, rather than saying I have Republican beliefs or something. Like it's you know
Well, you
it's
know
a,
what? I have Republican beliefs too, but I'm also sure if you really press me, I have beliefs that are Democratic and originated in the Democratic Party, right?
no. I
I'm
mean, yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Like what, and the label is so broad because if I can be a Marxist Democrat and I can be a corporate Democrat, right? These two these two philosophies oppose each other. They actively work against each other. So, how can I be both of these things or either of these things and describe myself with the same label under the same umbrella? And if I can do that, what the hell am I describing? The same with the right. If you tell me I'm Republican or I'm conservative, well, Okay, but again, are you MAGA and Tea Party, or are you like the moderate Republicans everybody's now calling a rhino? Because both of these groups are working against each other too. So when you say you're a Republican, what are you telling me? That I'm possibly this or possibly that? Okay, well, what the fuck does that mean? And again, if one side of your group has such a problem with the other side of your group, how the hell are you labeling yourselves the same fucking thing? So it's clearly not a descriptive thing. It's not like I'm a cyclist. It's not like I'm an ice skater. It's not that. So what the fuck is it? Maybe we can start there. Can anybody tell me what it is? What facet of me am I supposed to be labeling that would align me with people I am also actively working against? What is it? I don't understand. I truly, truly just do not understand. And I don't know if it's me and my severe, severe trust issues, or if everybody's doing this thing that really has no logical fucking answer, but I don't get it. I think it's pretty destructive, though.
Yeah. But what can you do? Human kind of human.
I don't know why nobody has thoughts on this and nobody wants to join. They don't like my topics because I have weird topics.
Oh, hey, I joined.
They're
Even
like,
though
what? Yeah,
I mean,
you did.
yeah. Even
But
though,
they're like,
go ahead.
even though what?
I said, even though I've been spending half the time here in silence, not knowing how to fucking answer you.
I don't know if there are answers, right? It's just this weird thing. And I
Well,
find
there
it,
are there might not be like actual answers, like the answer, but I wanted to give you an answer at least. Like, you know,
I just don't understand any part of it. And no reason explains it, right? It's not safety in numbers unless it's sheer validation, because there's parts of the group actively working against other parts of the group, right? So it's not about security. It's not about describing anything, because again, you're aligning yourself with people you wholeheartedly disagree with. So it's not about describing anything. It is tribal enough that you not only want to accept the label, but project some sort of label either for or against you onto another person, knowing that again, that label is about as accurate as the label you're using. So I just I just don't get it. I cannot wrap my mind around why it's so important. As if you're a product, as if all these variables being different in different groups somehow equals the same recipe. I don't know. You know who I think's the worst about it?
What?
Assembly of God.
Oh,
He
that asshole.
throws and Jill. Those two are really bad about it. But they throw
What the
these
hell was that?
labels. That was a puppy
I
barking.
was gonna say, I thought it was yelling like.
No, they throw these labels around as if it's like this all-encompassing, defining thing of a person. And I don't get it. It's like Assembly is, I thought you were atheist. I thought you were atheist. Are you atheist? Are you atheist? Wait, I've said I'm atheist 5,000 times. You're questioning this because I disagree with you on a social matter, which is really weird. But why would you think the answer to "Are you atheist" would even answer this social matter anyway? The fuck is wrong with you? Right? It's that sort of thing. Like I don't get it. Or even in Maud's channel the other day. I was in Missing Maud's channel and people were typing and they were talking about killing the earth and I made the comment, we can't kill the earth. And people got like kind of offended and Missing Maud agreed with me. And then people got offended and they were like, "Oh, well, when there's nothing left, there's no clean water, all these religious types will have a different opinion." And I was like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa. First of all, I'm not religious." Nice assumption there. Fuck your labels. Second of all, I never said we couldn't extinct ourselves, right? But hear me out. We depend on the earth. The earth does not depend on us. Can we destroy enough of it that we can no longer sustain ourselves? Sure. But when we're gone, the earth will bounce back until the universe kills it off, right? Like, I didn't say we can't affect our environment. I said we cannot kill the earth. That doesn't make me religious. You're fucking weird.
Yep.
I don't get people.
Well, I mean, one thing to keep in mind is that you said this in a YouTube chat. The worst places to have a conversation.
Right, but why would you if somebody said we can't kill the earth, it'll bounce back when we off ourselves? Why would you be like, "Oh, those religious people will say something different when we can't drink water"? Wasn't that implied in when we off ourselves, dumbass? If you weren't so invested in labels, you would have thought that one through a little harder. Hey, DT.
Hello.
Hey, DT, how are you?
I'm good. And I don't think you're
I don't think I think he doesn't think you're weird.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I had to shut the other window. I was going to say I don't think you're as unique or alone as you think you are.
Oh, I don't think I'm unique or alone.
Okay.
But sorry, continue.
Yeah, that was a bad way but a better way to put it was I've had many of the similar thoughts that you're describing. Like people think I'm odd.
Yes. Well, I think it's not that I'm weird. I think that I tend to, and maybe you do too. I think that I tend to delve into thoughts that people tend to brush off.
Right. This is interesting. This came up last night too. I have a young apprentice. He's not actually my apprentice. The journeyman that he usually works with is off because his wife just had a baby. So I'm working with this young man in his early 20s, and so far what I can grasp is that he's a very creative individual. Like, he's kind of a fucking free spirit, but he doesn't know how to shut that off when he's on the fucking clock and under a timeline. Like, we get paid by the hour, we have shit to do. And so there's times, I think, and maybe I'm completely wrong, but there's times where I have to shut my creative side down and do my fucking job.
Oh
And
no, I
it's
agree with that. I agree with that.
It's-
Earlier, I had to be like, I cannot do this live thing anymore. I got to bust out some work later.
right, yeah.
Yeah. I get that. So you think it's almost like an autopilot thing that people don't explore it, and when they do, it's something they usually do alone?
Well, I think I don't really know, and that's what it's I'm basically a fucking boomer. I'm right on the cusp of boomer and Gen X. And it's hard for me to relate to people in their early 20s now, males especially, for sure.
That's fair. If I didn't have a kid, I'm a millennial, right? I'm not even that far removed. And I'm a millennial. And let me tell you, nothing made me feel more like an adult than hanging out with Gen Z because I have a kid, right? And they love me. They think I'm a cool mom or whatever. And I think most of them are pretty cool most of the time. But, like, well, some are really unreasonable, but we won't go there. But the point is, like even having that connection, right? There is like a clear separation where I don't necessarily relate either, right? Like there were times when I was in my early 20s or in my late 20s as a mom that I would be like, I don't even feel like an adult, right? But then I'd get around the teenagers and the kids and I'd be like, oh yeah, yep, I'm an adult. Definitely fucking adult. Yep. You know what I mean?
Right. And I have to try and remember I was once in my early 20s too, but I don't know.
That time when you half believe you're invincible.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I remember those days.
Oh, but labels, yeah. People use labels, and I shy away from joining groups, probably for many of the similar reasons that you stated.
Interesting. We have a lot in common sometimes, but sometimes
For
I
sure.
don't understand you, and I think we butt heads because of it.
Yeah, for sure. Oh
I
yeah,
hope we work
can,
past that because 99% of the time I think you're pretty awesome.
I feel the same. Yes, we have our differences. It's the fucking labels.
Fuck the labels. It's also my fault because a lot of times I'm sarcastic without hinting that I'm sarcastic, and I leave the
I
door
am
open
too.
for misinterpretation
I am.
all the time.
Yes, exactly.
That is one of my biggest faults is I will leave the door open for misinterpretation all the time without even realizing that's what I did. And sometimes I will take the long, indirect, playful way around something instead of just saying it because I can and I have time to entertain myself. So sometimes it's totally my fault and I accept that.
Oh no, that's a that was a different apprentice that I made cry. I didn't really make him cry. I think I don't know. He chose to cry. Like, fuck, man.
He had an emotional response to something.
Yeah, to correction. Like, fucking.
Oh no. That's not good. Oh, they finally buried my internet line. So at least from now on, my internet should be relatively stable and there will be no more puppies chewing through fiber optic lines.
Oh, yeah. Puppies like to chew. No. So here's the gist of it in a nutshell. If you're working with me as my apprentice and I tell you to like go put these copper lines here to there, run them from A to B, and then I come back 2 hours later and I look at what you did and I ask you like, what the fuck are you doing? And you say, oh, well, I thought I would just switch these 2 lines here and go that direction. And that's where I'm talking about the creative side needs to get shut down, and you just need to fucking take instructions sometimes and go do what you were fucking told to do.
Absolutely, but that's not just labels. That's like common sense, right? Like, are you the journeyman on the fucking project? No, that's a
used
title
to
though.
be when I was 21 years old. It was common sense, but it's not common sense anymore. That's the problem.
It fucking should be. It fucking should be. Now,
I know.
my brother, is he even a millennial? I think my brother's a millennial. He was born in 93.
So I told this young man, look, you just wasted like 3 fucking hours. Like that, my job this morning was to go through, lay out this copper system and figure out how I can get from fucking point A to point B across this building. That was my job. I made the plan. I gave you a plan to follow. And now, because you thought you had a fucking better idea, you just wasted 2 hours of, now you have to take out the shit that was your good idea because it's not going to work and fucking do it the way you were told in the fucking first place.
See, now my
shortly after that, the fucking tears came. And then I was like, oh, holy fuck, man.
Did he think he was going to get fired or something?
I don't know what he thought, but it's like,
my brother's a journeyman electrician, and if somebody did that shit to him, he would have lost it.
Yeah. But you can't, it's like you can't, you're not allowed to lose it on this younger generation because they fucking start crying, man. It's fucking, it's amazing.
See, my brother was born in 93, so he's on the tail end of the millennials. Yeah. Even he would be pissed. Even he would be like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Exactly. Get your fucking head in the game. Stop thinking. Start fucking doing. Just do what you're fucking told. And
no, the problem isn't that he wasn't.
You can tell your apprentice what the fuck to do. Until then, shut the fuck up and do what you're told. It's common sense, really.
Yeah, well, exactly. You're supposed to listen to the person above you. Like, if you're not smart enough to do that on the job, I don't know what to tell you. And hey, you know what? If your boss told you wrong, guess who's getting the blame? It's not you. Calm down.
Exactly. Yes.
As a matter of fact, your boss would probably be like, man, I told you wrong. I'm sorry, but you did what I asked, so thanks.
And all my apprentices know that. If they catch flack for anything I told them to do, they're not going to catch very much flack for it. Because I'll take responsibility. And say, why are you yelling at my apprentice? Because he only fucking did what I told him to do. If you want to yell at somebody, fucking yell at me. You want to yell at somebody, or her.
Hey, St. Tommy.
Or
Please,
they?
you guys keep the conversation going. I'm going to step away for a moment, grab some water, and feed the dogs, but I will be right back.
Oh,
Please keep talking.
it's about to get lit up. St. Thomas here.
Can I sit
Midnight
at y'all's?
yawns.
Can I sit at y'all's table for a couple of minutes?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Let's break bread.
Hey, let's do it. Yeah, okay.
I have barbecued pork to share.
I've got what is this stuff? Burnett's 80 proof vodka. Yeah, or something like that.
80 proof? Is that what you said? Smirnoff? No.
I don't know
80?
what. Yeah.
Oh yeah, 80. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. Like 40%
grain.
alcohol.
That's grain. So
Yeah. Is it made from potatoes?
I think they can make a vodka from several things. Is that right? Just
I believe
potatoes?
you're right. Vodka can be made from many things.
I don't understand these things, you know. That's what I
It's
heard.
just another label. Vodka
It
is just another label.
a generalized label. Yep. Hey, Sparky, are you still there too?
Yes.
All right. Nice to see you active in the neighborhood tonight.
Thank you.
Oh yeah. Vodka is made from water and ethanol, which is produced by fermenting a sugar source like grains, potatoes, or sugarcane.
Well, I bet they use what's cheapest. Yeah, no doubt. So what's happening, everybody?
Nothing much.
Is anybody in crisis, or is everything pretty stable?
A little bit of column B, a little bit of column A.
All right. All right.
Everything's I wouldn't say I'm in crisis, but I'm in the middle of a divorce. But
I mean, that is a crisis.
Nah, I think I'm moving through the maybe
you
on the
already moved
crisis
to the
point.
US.
I don't know. Now it's just financial.
My father had 4 wives. He was one of the
Damn.
most generous men I've ever met when it comes to love.
Oh wow. I've had 2, and I don't think there's going to be 3.
I've had none. I would like one, but you know.
You know how to get one?
No.
Okay, me either. Don't go online. I can tell you that. That's a fucking whoa. Fucking strap on. I met my second wife online 15 years ago, and the amount of change in online dating between 15 years ago and now is insane.
Yep.
Everywhere is fucking scammers, man. Everywhere.
I'm convinced that I would marry Elon Musk if the prenuptial agreement were tailored just right. But not really. That's just a joke. That's just a joke.
I don't know. You said it as a joke, but if the price was right.
I know there is an element of truth to that because I would. And that's a strange thing to realize, you know, but it's also pretty cool.
Yeah, too bad he's not gay.
Well, who says you have to
Well,
be gay to get married? You know what I'm saying? I mean, gee whiz.
he does that. How does he really know he's not gay until he's met St. Tommy and got to know him?
That's true.
Yeah.
What if we were
St.
stuck on
Tommy.
a
St. Tommy would be the catalyst for Elon Musk to discover his homosexuality.
Not beyond the realm of possibility.
I'm more likely to win the lottery than that happening.
Well,
I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. I'm just being a dick.
I'm not
Yeah.
sure that you're more likely to win the lottery than that happening.
Yeah, the falling in love process. It's a wild one. It is a wild one. I've invested some time in trying to figure it out. You know, why? How do people fall in love? How did I fall in love? I told myself I've fallen in love several thousand times, and then I say I've only fallen in love 4 times, and but if
I think the real
you're alone with somebody, and if you really get a good look at them, that helps. If you're alone with them and look into their eyes and get to trust them and hang out with them, that helps.
put your tongue in their mouth. There's a lot of trust there.
I don't know about that. At that instance, I think I get to a point where I can trust you enough to most of the time be the person you represented yourself to me as. That doesn't mean you have my trust. Like, I can trust person A
Right.
for A, and I can trust person B for B, but I would never trust person B with C, and I would never trust person A with B. Like, never, never,
I'll-
never.
I'll tell you one thing I do trust implicitly. I trust that person A, B, and C in your scenario will be human. They're going to do human shit.
I
Yeah,
mean,
we're all born kind of narcissistic. I mean, it's just the way it
yeah.
is.
I'm like the biggest narcissist here.
Know me.
No, you're not.
I'm the center of the fucking universe, or at least one of them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, you're not. I am.
Know
You
me.
guys still, you guys, we've been gathering like this for years in my head, and you guys still don't get that you just exist in my head.
Well, see, Doubting Thomas, see that's where you're wrong. You all exist in my head, and we all exist in Pixie's head. You go crazy with this.
No, you wouldn't even be here if I wasn't here.
Yeah, okay, sure. Let's test that, shall we? Steph?
Look, I am not consistent enough to be the holder of the imaginary beings, right? If anything, I am probably another imaginary being.
Yeah.
You're just another file in my head.
Probably your most tedious one. I'm kidding.
We are the alters of the universe.
I've gone completely solipsistic.
Yeah, well, join the club.
Welcome to young adulthood.
I think I'm going into like a cynical spiral.
Quick, end the stream and go, end the stream and go hug your puppies. Or hug a puppy
Sure,
now.
I think a certain amount. I think a certain amount. Maybe hopefully I'm wrong. I don't know, but I think a certain amount of cynicism comes with age.
I mean, you're not wrong, because at that point you stop giving a shit of what other people think.
As does optimism.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
said.
you know,
Yeah.
I am self-contradicting. I have this like strange, undying optimism that clings no matter how cynically I seem to spiral, but definitely feeling on the cynic side today.
Okay, I'm gonna get real with you right now. what keeps me going sometimes, like at my darkest moments, I would say, is I've been fairly depressed at points in my life. I've never attempted suicide, but I've thought about it. And I was at an event one time, probably in my probably mid 30s, maybe. And I can't remember what it was. It was some sort of family gathering, a wedding, or one of my nieces and nephews was born, or something like that, or somebody's birthday that we all gathered for. And in the middle of that gathering, I had a thought that if I would have committed suicide last year when I wanted to, I would never be experiencing this moment right now.
I'm glad you
And that
did.
was a fucking eye opener for me. And ever since then, when I've got to my darkest moment, I remember that.
That is real. Holy shit.
Like when
I'm
I'm in
very
my
glad you're
darkest
still
moment,
here, DT.
when I'm in my darkest moment, I remember if I off myself right now, I'm not going to get to meet my next fucking great nephew or whatever comes along. So put that in your pipe and smoke it.
I can't. Sorry, I don't smoke.
You should probably start. Weed, I mean, not cigarettes. You're a good candidate to get on the weed, I think. It could open doors for you.
Interesting.
No, maybe not.
Or I could just get those 2 gummies again. God, what an experience that was.
You could do what? Gummies?
Yeah, like
Oh.
a certain someone sent me those, and I was like, dude, this feels great. It was so fucking. Oh my god.
Really? I don't like
Yeah.
edibles. I don't like edibles. They're my
Well,
least favorite form.
I don't know. It was so. It was like so weird, right? Like, wait. Like at one point, I was trying to talk to him on Discord, but I couldn't. I couldn't type. I couldn't see what the fuck I was doing.
Well, different things
That's
affect
awesome.
people. Like different things affect people differently, right?
Yeah, that
Now,
was awesome.
me and my uncle are very similar. It's so funny. I talk to him, and he's the only one that seems to like process things the way I do. But we don't get the munchies. Like right now, I'm stoned off my ass. I've been smoking all day. Can you tell? Right? Like seriously, I am so super stoned right now. I've been smoking all day. And I don't mean just like smoking a bowl. I've smoked a couple of bowls, but I also have like a dab bong, a dab pen. I also have some other like vape pens.
Damn,
Like
pussy.
all yeah, like but like I don't process it the way most people do. I don't get all like super giggly. I don't get the munchies. I don't get any of that. And when me and my uncle take gummies, the problem is we'll eat tons and tons of gummies and we'll wait, we'll do everything. And it'll be like nothing, 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 nothing. Okay, I'm tired, good night. And that's it. That's all that. And so I don't love gummies or I don't love edibles for that reason. But I will say I'm the odd one out. Most people, I like the drinks better than the edibles, but I still would rather smoke it in some various form.
Fair enough.
That being said, I have a friend that loves edibles, swears by edibles, and thinks that it's the best feeling ever. So I imagine you process it more like she does.
I like it all. Edibles, vapes, oil, smoke it, whatever. Eat it.
I'm glad fentanyl wasn't around when I was young. Jesus.
Oh yeah, me too. Amen to that.
The only time I had fentanyl was at my surgery. It was legal, thank you. I was having surgery. That's what the doctor put in my IV, okay? I wasn't out there
Right.
trying to score anything.
Understood.
And I only remember flashes of the experience. Literally, like only flashes here and there. I remember trying to stand up and then telling me to sit back down. I remember pushing the doctor away, like stop for a moment. And then him coming back. I remember him telling me it was about time that they were done. It was about time to go. And so I stood up and I started walking to the door, and they were like, no, 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 no. And they sat me back down and got a wheelchair. And then I remember seeing the car, and I got up and started walking to the car, and they're like, no, 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 back in the chair. And then I remember pulling on my stitches in the car. And then I don't remember anything. I remember waking up at like 3 o'clock in the morning, and that's it.
I had sodium pentothal a couple times, and I remember they said count down from 100, and I remember making it to about 98. And the next thing I remember is waking up in the recovery room, like fucking 6 hours later. Nothing in between. I woke up, didn't even know they did the surgery. Like, when are they going to do it? And the nurse said, you're done.
See, I wish I was like that. I have a feeling like I gave them a little bit of a hard time because all of my memories are like me trying to get up and take the fuck off and then being like, no, 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 and directing me to sit back down somewhere, be it, you know? And so I'm sure I was not. And I think I've always been that way because the only other time that I can remember, like really remember being under anesthesia, when I came out of it, you know, they're telling me you need to stand up real slow, you need to do this. And I'm like, okay. And I pop right up and I change clothes and I start taking off. And she's like, this is not a race. And I'm like, well, then keep up. Like,
Oh,
so I'm sure I'm that patient where they're like, ugh.
I got a story for you. I had to have a lung biopsy once, and it was general anesthesia. And when I came out of it, they told me they couldn't do it. I said, well, how did it go? And they said we couldn't do it because even though you were sedated, you were coughing. And they said, we can't put a tube down you when you're coughing, or we can't try and get a fucking biopsy of your lungs when you're coughing for obvious reasons. Mm-hmm. They'll fucking nick something, right? Or whatever. So anyway, I think I got one later after that, whatever. But I remember thinking to myself after that, like, God, I wonder what that felt like when they were doing that to me. You know what I mean? Like, I was coughing. It was obviously fucking bothering me.
Yeah, like it was irritating somehow.
Yeah. But
was it like a tickle in your throat or a pain?
Yeah,
or
exactly.
Like, what was
I was
that?
like, yeah. I was like, I wonder what that felt like, a fucking tube going up my nose and fucking down my throat into my lungs. That must have been weird as fuck, man.
When they gave my sister an what was it? An endoscopy, like a
Mm,
was it an endoscopy, the one that goes down the
mm,
throat into your GI tract and into your stomach?
mm,
I think
Like,
so. Yeah.
yeah, they had to like keep coming
mm,
back in because like she was trying to pull it. Like they would stick it down, and she'd be pulling it out of her mouth,
mm,
just like pulling it, and they'd have to come back and put the camera back
mm,
down. And like, I just feel like I would be gagging the whole time.
mm, mm, mm.
Don't you?
Did
I feel like I
Midnight?
would be gagging.
Yes, exactly. Did Midnight fall asleep?
Maybe.
Mm, mm.
Midnight.
Yes.
Oh, I thought
Sorry.
you were sleeping, man. I thought you were snoring. Sorry.
Well, you
yeah,
asked if he fell asleep a couple of times, and he didn't answer.
Yeah.
So.
I
So
got
DT, you don't like labels, huh? You might be one of my favorite kind of people. I don't like labels either, but man, do people want me to fucking adopt them. And man, do they throw them at me.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, Pixie. It's almost like people are saying, I want you to, in order to be in my club, be it Republican or fucking conservative or liberal, whatever the fuck your club is, you have to act in a certain way.
Well, yes and no, right? Because on one hand, it's like, okay, you're not in my club, or not only are you not in my club, but you are the enemy unless you're a Republican. Now, if you're a Republican, though, you're only somewhat safer, right? Because that just gets you in enough, right? And then, but like I said, what does that even tell you? Even if I walked up to a Republican and I said, I'm a Republican, what would it say to that Republican? What does it mean? Am I a Tea Party Republican? Am I a MAGA Republican?
Right.
Am I a moderate Republican? Am I a corporate Republican? What does I'm Republican even mean, right? And
I would
knowing that group
go
is
ahead.
so big, that part of that group is actively fighting against the other part of that group, why is that label so fucking important?
Right. I would go as far to say, to maybe clear up my position a little, is I'm not a Republican, but I don't dislike or have disdain for Republicans as a whole. If somebody told me they're a Republican, I'm not going to pigeonhole them as some sort of icon of Republican that I have in my head. I'm going to see what they're,
But that's what I'm saying.
what are your policies? What do you mean by Republican? How far
But
do
that's
you
what
lean
I'm
this
saying.
way or that way?
But that's what I'm saying. If the label doesn't tell you those things, then the label is fucking meaningless. And if the label is so broad that part of the people under the label are actively fighting against another part of the people under the label, what does the label even fucking mean? What does it mean?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
And if it doesn't mean anything, why is it so important that I have one, that I identify with yours, that I don't identify with yours? Particularly if we can coexist without these labels. Why are these labels so important? Right? I don't understand the need to label people as if they're products when these labels don't even tell you the fucking ingredients.
Or how about if here's an alternative. Instead of okay, there's Republicans, like the original Republicans, that has one meaning. Now everything that comes after that we have to have a new label for, like you're a new Republican, or you're a new Tory Republican, or you're a new Tory Platoist Republican, or whatever the fuck you are.
I'm a paleo conservative.
But do you see what I'm saying, though?
I do, yeah.
Hillary.
Hey, Hillary's. Like these labels that we throw at people as if we're products, and I'm not just talking political ones or religious ones. It can be something as like, I'm a nonconformist, you know, right? Something that doesn't, you're a nonconformist, great, but in what? In
Right.
what aspect,
If the
right?
yeah,
So
I would
it,
agree. If the label if the label is too broad, it's nearly meaningless.
right, but we put so much importance on it that people will jump in line not only to label themselves, but to project labels onto other people, whether those people identify with those labels or not, right?
Right.
I use political labels because it's the easiest to put in to picture in your minds, but it's like fiscally, I'm pretty Republican, and in a lot of like autonomy issues, I'm pretty Republican. I think our federal government has way too much power, which is a pretty Republican idea. However, if we start moving over into ideas about the environment and whether or not that should be protected, I start leaning towards the Democrats. And it doesn't even have to be like a climate change or something like that, right? We don't have to turn it into that. I'm just saying, like, the act of establishing federal parks, the act of protecting land that is for the people and not open to development, right? The act of preserving history. These are things that I like, and these are things that came from, I'm sorry to tell everybody, but these are things that came from the Democratic side. So where I lean, when I say I don't like either side, that is, I'm not, it's not a cop out. I'm not a fence rider, and I'm not a moderate. I have clear ideas, right? Which way I lean
Shut up, liberal.
depends which way
Sorry.
I lean depends on the topic being discussed, right? So I can't claim either label. I do not want to claim either label. I do not trust the group behind either label, right? And I don't think anybody adopting these labels really trusts the group behind these labels either. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much infighting. So why are these labels so important?
In your daily or work life, are people trying to get you to say if you're a Republican or Democrat?
Not since I left the office, but when I was in the office, yes.
Well, why don't you just explain it the way you did? Say, you know, I'm an independent, but when it comes to these, I'm conservative. But there are a couple issues that, you know, I like national parks. I like this and that. I think there should be some regulation of the environment.
I think regulation is good, but I think we should regulate corporations and not people. And regulations over people should be very minimal. But I'm not against regulating corporations. I'm not.
But corporations are people. I think you mean
No.
natural people.
Actually, corporations only modernly became people. And the only
Right.
reason they modernly became people was because for the states that didn't operate under code law, therefore were not influenced by Spanish rule. So for the states that were influenced by common law and British rule, there was no course of action against a thing that was not an individual. So there was a movement that had businesses legally recognized as a legal individual for the matter of being held accountable in court. It wasn't until after this that got twisted into, because we're a legal individual that can be held accountable in court, we're now a legal individual that can spend our money more freely than an individual can, have more power than an individual can, and lobby harder than an individual can, which is all bullshit because no corporation is a person.
That was all Citizens versus the United States, wasn't it? Oddly enough.
Point being,
Wasn't
I
that
don't. I don't care what the
Yeah.
lobbyists got pushed into law. I don't care what Congress people bent over backwards to shove a fist straight, oh, to get fisted straight up the ass. I don't care. I don't care. It doesn't make it true. And it doesn't make me think it's okay. I don't.
I'm pretty
I
sure
don't
that
think
under ancient Roman law, corporations were considered people, though.
I'm not in ancient Rome, and
Right.
that was not written into the common law people were relying on. As a matter of fact, it was so excluded from common law that is how corporations got their foot in the door to be the corporate oligarchy that we are today, because people needed the ability to sue them.
Right.
I don't know. I just think it's weird. You know what else I think is weird? That some of the people that cling hardest to these labels are people who came from the generation that hated labels so much they didn't wear name brands. How's that for irony?
Exactly. Yep.
How's that for some irony?
Yep.
You hate labels so much you won't wear a name brand, but you'll label yourself as if you're a product. It's all very interesting.
But I think if we're going to do that with corporations, then I think we should do it all the way. There's a death sentence for a human that breaks certain laws. I think that if a corporation breaks certain laws, they should get the death sentence and be liquidated.
You know what? I would honestly,
Back to the people.
I would honestly be ecstatic if we simply started with making breaking the law more inconvenient than upholding it, right? For
Mhm.
example, the Koch brothers were famous for paying all the environmental fines they got. Sometimes they didn't even bother to pay them, but they would pay the fines they got, but they would not make any updates. They would not make any fixes. They would not anything, because even though these fines sound like they're a lot, it actually costs them less to pay these fines
Right.
than it does to fix the problem.
Right.
So I would honestly settle for the like a punitive damage that encourages them to fix it than repeatedly pay the fucking fines, honestly.
Right.
Yeah.
But here's the deal, Halsey. Or not Halsey, Pixie. In that we talked about that same scenario last night. One could make the argument in that system that the companies have a responsibility to their shareholders to operate that way. If it's cheaper to just fucking pay the fines and fucking move on, and you're going to keep making money anyway, that's what they need to do.
But that's
They're
what she's
responsible to
saying.
their stockholders.
That's what I'm saying. I
yeah.
would settle for saying fuck you to the lobbyists and implementing fines that are so painful they'd rather fucking fix it.
And we do this
Right.
with people.
I would
Third
agree with
strike
that.
laws. Yeah, we do this
Well,
with
that's
people
what
with
Trump-
third strike laws. Just say, you break the whatever the third time, like the fine becomes 1,000 times more than it was the first two.
Well, that's what Trump's doing with the tariffs.
Amen.
Well, yes, but tariffs are only as punitive to the corporation as the corporation wants it to be. Is it going to slow down their supply chain? Absolutely. But do you think that that's not going to be passed on to the consumer?
Yeah, I don't think it's the
And
corporation
they're still not
that's going
fixing.
for.
They're still not fixing the things they break regulations for.
I think he's
It'll
going after
definitely
central governments that do unfair trade practices like China.
Well, I'm all
definitely
for
get
that.
passed.
I am so sick of people being like, oh, like I will trade with Hong Kong. I will trade with Hong Kong. But you cannot trade with anyone outside of Hong Kong without directly supporting the Chinese Communist Party. You can't do it.
I remember before China, I remember seeing the first product a set of hinges on Canal Street in New York City, imported from China. And it was a marvel. It was a marvel. They were crude, barely functional, but
they were made in China.
Yep.
yeah.
Very cheapest pig iron they could make.
You know, I will say there is one advantage to the amount of outsourcing we did. And the thought of losing that advantage is somewhat sad to me. And it's very easily overlooked, and that's the environmental advantage. Now, I happen to live in a part of the country that has some of the cleanest air in the entire world. The air quality here is absolutely phenomenal. I live in a part of the country that is very rural, and therefore it's not very urbanized and heavily developed. I actually
Where's the closest Walmart?
There's 3 within 20, like a 20-minute drive of me, so not that rural.
Okay.
But
Okay.
rural enough that I'm considered one of the biggest cities in the area, and I would have to drive about 30 minutes to get to the next town. And then between that town and the next town is almost an hour. So it's that kind of rural. But anyway,
Okay.
a lot of farming communities around this little city that I'm in. And when I say little city, I mean we have about 200,000 people, and it's one of the biggest places in the entire Panhandle. So
That's a good sized city, 200,000.
Yes, yes. But the rest of the towns are like 2,000 people, 5,000 people, right? Like, so,
Burbs.
you have the nuclear power plant here, you have the carbon black plant here, things like that, which makes it a bigger place. And then Lubbock is the college city, and then everything else is like tiny rural like communities. But anyway, the advantage to a lot of that outsourcing was that we still have places like this, right? We can bring a lot of that home, and yeah, we're going to get jobs. We are absolutely going to get jobs, but we're going to get a lot of particularly if we continue to refuse to regulate the industry we're bringing in, we're going to get a lot more pollution and destruction of land as well.
Yeah, you don't want Bhopal right next to you.
Not in your backyard.
That, and we seem to think that we're bringing jobs when we're really not. And for example, my biggest complaint about people who were in favor of the pipeline was they kept saying, if you get rid of the pipeline, you're going to get rid of all these jobs. You're going to get rid of all these jobs. That to me was an incredibly short-sighted statement, because yes, if we get rid of the pipeline, we are losing the temporary jobs for the workers who build the pipeline, and we are losing a couple of permanent jobs for people who come out and maintain the pipeline. However, if we approve the pipeline, we are losing how many permanent jobs in the transportation field that it's replacing? So what jobs are we gaining exactly, and how temporary are they compared to the permanent jobs you're giving up? And if you don't believe that gas is a problem, and you don't believe it's doing anything for global warming, then why give up the permanent transportation jobs for the pipeline? And if it's so worth investing in, why not build a refinery in the north? Right? Like, sometimes I don't, it's not that I think it's bad or good, it's that I don't understand the reasoning.
We need to go all electric. Nuclear. Start building nuclear.
You actually have a great point there. If people want all this electrified stuff, we need nuclear. That's the only way to make up the difference.
Yeah.
Either that, or we really, really have to speed up our battery tech. There is a lot of promising leads. For example, there's people with a saltwater battery, like a hydroelectric battery. That's pretty promising. They have some kinks to work out, but that one's looking promising. Also, there's a nickel cadmium, like a liquid metal battery. that's really, really promising. And neither of these require lithium, which is a good thing, right? But I agree, absent in the next leap in battery technology, we will absolutely need some sort of nuclear subsidization going on. Either that, or we've got to get really good with harvesting everything, like not just wind energy, but we'd have to start looking into like hydroelectronic plants for people around water. We'd have to look at thermal for around Yellowstone. We'd have to we'd have to like really, really buckle down in one way or another to get rid of gas.
What happens?
And even
if
then,
we
you're not
use
going to get
all
rid of
the
it completely.
energy?
Even then, you won't get rid of it completely, right? That's another thing. Gas is like, as much gas as there is, and as much as we can drill for. The truth is, if you look at the data, the truth is, it's harder to find, and we are having to drill deeper and deeper and deeper to find it. So if we know that this is a finite resource, and we know that this resource is absolutely needed for things like space travel, stuff like that, why do we want to use it up so readily?
Oh,
I don't know. People are just weird and short-sighted. We do things for convenience a lot.
I think humans will be long gone before we run out of fossil fuels.
I do agree there. I think, as brilliant as we are also short-sighted in ways that turn out to be self-destructive, whether it's lead in the plumbing pipes and the paint on the walls and the kids you give your the toys you give your kids, whether it's nuclear power plants before we could really stabilize them that continually leak into the oceans, whether it's I think we do things for convenience that are great without realizing the implications of it. And while I don't think we can kill the earth in a way that it doesn't bounce back without us, I do think it is possible that we become so so short-sighted in the pursuit of this convenience and comfortable life or whatever, that we can it is possible to destroy enough of the earth that it's no longer feasible to sustain ourselves as a species.
We've had it too good for too long. Rojo and I've been talking about this for a few months now. Like, we've had it too good for too long as a species. Like, we've hit our peak goodness. And the shit,
I don't think that's true.
Sustain this fucking. You can't sustain it the way things are going. Something's got to give.
I don't think we've hit our peak goodness. But on the other hand, I don't agree with people who say like the world is going to hell in a handbasket and things are getting worse. Right? I think it's easy to think both because of the speed and access to which we have information today, and how widespread that access we have information to is, right? I'm sure like it is a very different feeling than waiting for half of the story for 3 months while that letter makes its way across the ocean or across the United States, right? It's a very different thing when you can just jump online or turn on the TV and have like instant access to all of the most sensationalized things across the world. But I think at the core, humans are always going to human. Are we at our most convenient? Well, we're at our most convenient existence in recorded history. But is that the most convenient ever? I don't know. Maybe we only destroy most of us and they have to start over again.
I wouldn't say ever. I would say we've just kind of hit a peak right now. And before things are going to get better, they're going to get worse.
Well, possibly. The pendulum does swing. What is the book that describes the pendulum within the wheel? Is that the Wheel of... I think it's the Wheel of Time that describes the pendulum within the wheel. I might be thinking of the wrong book.
I was thinking of The Pit and the
The pendulum, the pit and the pendulum. It's another good story. No, there's a wheel, and the wheel turns, but it turns in a way that when it hits an obstacle in the road, it comes back a minute, and then it goes forward again until it gets over the obstacle, and then it continues to roll forward until it hits another obstacle, and then it'll rock back and go forward and rock back and go forward some more. While it's doing this, there is a pendulum swinging within the wheel, back and forth between the turbulent and the peace, the compensation and the overcompensation, back and forth for different societal changes, right? And that analogy I kind of see. There's a certain sort of progression, be it for good or for bad, but within that progression is this swinging back and forth, back and forth.
Right, but it seems like the hype with every election gets more, because that's the way it's always gone in the United States. There's a fucking 8-year Republican administration, and then there's a fucking 4-year Democrat, and then the Republicans get her for 4, and then the Democrats get her for 8, and the Republicans take her back for 4.
But which
It's
actually
not, but
keeps us
with
pretty
every
stagnant.
yeah, but with all of these recent elections, the hype is people are losing their fucking minds, man, because a Democrat or a fucking Republican got elected, and it's like settled down. It's a fucking 4-year cycle or 8 tops.
But
Relax.
it's also
the world's not gonna fucking fall apart.
Right, but it's also not the first time. But it's also not the first time in the U.S. history. I mean, you want to talk about some mudslinging, absolute mudslinging campaigns. I can take you back to Jefferson and Harris, right? I mean, you want to talk. They made up again later in life. They became friends. But you want to talk about some absolute mudslinging campaigns. You want to talk about some divisive, brutal campaigns. There were people fucking dueling, right? At least our candidates aren't like, that's it, duel at dawn, motherfucker, right? Like, we're not doing that. So, I mean, is it divisive? Yes. Are things very, very tense? Yes. Are both sides like hitting the extreme somewhere, like this is the savior or this is the antichrist? Absolutely. But is it new? No. It's been a while since we assassinated someone too. There's that. I mean, things get kind of crazy because people are people, but none of it's new.
Oh. You know what I heard today? Canada invited California to become the 11th province.
That's hilarious. This tit for tat shit. I gotta say, like,
that is hilarious. That's fucking Canadian humor, man.
Greenland didn't think it was very funny. I'll tell you that. Greenland did not think it was funny. They were like, "Fuck you."
Even the Danish prime minister or whatever the leader of Denmark is. Prime minister, president, chancellor.
I have no idea. Something.
Governor general, vicar.
Well, doesn't Greenland they want to be independent from them too? I think Greenland wants to be their own. They just want to be their own country, and so
and
they've been to split off. They've been fighting to split off, and then here comes America. Like, we're just gonna take them by force, and they did not think that shit was funny. They were like, "Fuck you."
Yeah. The Danish whatever prime minister head, she said Greenland's independence is up to them, not the United States.
Right. I don't know. I genuinely hoped we had moved past the like imperial expansion age, but it appears to be making a resurgence for some odd
No,
reason.
man. It's you know what the game of Risk is? Are you familiar with that? The board game?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. That's all. That's what this is. Like fucking
No,
Trump
that could be
wants
a
fucking Trump
that
Trump wants Greenland and fucking Canada. He wants to expand, man.
I just think it's dumb. I really just think it's dumb. And I also think it's dumb that America
And
goes on.
Panama. He wants
I-
the Panama Canal.
Yeah. I know. I also
Well, I
think
think
it's
we should go for Panama.
well, that one maybe. We have more claim to that than the others are just ridiculous.
Are they?
But
Is Panama
like-
like a fucking territory or a protectorate or something of the U.S.?
No, they're an independent nation, but they made treaty obligations.
yeah, okay, but
Oh,
first of all, I thought like I said, I thought we were done with the age of imperial expansion. It's just dumb. But second of all,
no, man.
Like,
that's what
I
men.
no,
Mankind
it's
is
so
what we're
it's
driven
so
to do.
it's so pointless. There isn't anything you can accomplish with that you can't accomplish with treaties. As a matter of fact, war carries more risk. But
Right, but you get
But
the point of the
it-
game Risk, right?
yeah, but there's it's just so dumb. It's
The
so
world,
dumb.
the world is not enough.
But beyond that, we have a way of what really bothers me is that we have a way of like romanticizing it, right? Like this patriot thing, this die for your country, this we're spreading freedom thing. And it's something that we've done all throughout history. Even remember the Alamo, right? They tell you this story
It's
about how they make
tribal,
this.
man. It's
Hold on.
all
They tell you this
tribal.
story about how they make this great stand against Santa Anna and how evil Santa Anna was and how he just obliterated everybody in the Alamo. And they romanticize the whole story. But when you break it down, when you really break it down, first of all, there was a general who did not send reinforcements on time. He sent reinforcements, but not on time. And that was done strategically for morale, for the Remember the Alamo bullshit. Second of all, what they also refused to tell you is that Santa Anna, this evil, evil, terrible person, this horrible guy that Texas is supposed to try to break, leading the army for Mexico that Texas is trying to break away from. Do you know why Texas wanted to break away? Do you know why they wanted to break away to join the United States? Yes, I get it. They fought a war by themselves without the U.S. for independence in order to be annexed, blah, 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 blah. Do you know why they fought?
Because they wanted about the land.
Because Mexico had abolished slavery.
Ooh.
Santa Anna was fighting on the
Oh.
side that abolished slavery.
Not quite so
And that's
freedom
why
loving after all, are we?
California is on fire right now. Santa Ana wins.
Yep.
But we romanticize everything, right? Manifest destiny. God wants us to expand from sea to shining sea, so genocide all the evil
yeah.
natives, right?
The winners write the history books.
I knew we weren't past
Yeah.
the prejudice, right? I knew we weren't past the prejudice. I knew we weren't past all kinds of things. But I thought maybe we were at least past trying to expand some territorial lines for no fucking reason but fun.
Why? Well, here's what I want to know. If he's talking about Canada and Greenland and Panama, why isn't he talking about fucking Mexico? They're right
No,
there, man.
I've told you all. I've told you all what his real goal is. He doesn't want Canada and Greenland. What he wants is that Northwest Passage, through that area,
Oh yeah,
so that he can cut off the Panama Canal and say if China wants to do business with Europe, you got to go through us, pay us a toll. That's all this is about, is
Right.
right in freedom of navigation. And that's why all of them are
Again, that
connected.
can be accomplished. Again, that can be accomplished with treaties.
Yeah, and that's all he's doing. They asked him flat out, do you
They've-
plan on using force? Do you want to use the military? He said no.
No, that's not true. He said he would use economic force to take over Canada. But
Okay.
he did say that he would use force for Greenland and Panama.
Oh wow, I didn't know that about
Wow.
Greenland. That makes no sense, and we don't even need Greenland. Like they're not even. We don't need them for that passage because it
Well, I'm
doesn't go
not
into
sure
their
what's going
territorial
on,
waters.
but yeah, they've been talking about that passage for years.
Mm-hmm.
Like they started talking about it 20 years ago as the ice started melting.
Right.
They were like, okay, pretty soon there's going to be a fucking navigable waterway through here. Who the fuck has the rights to it? And I think Canada still has the rights to most of it.
They do. And that's all he wants. This is just a negotiating ploy. He doesn't really want them to become a 51st state. He just wants access
Right.
to charge tolls.
Right, but Canada's not going to fucking grant him access to that.
I know.
How about that new guy, that Pierre guy in Canada?
Pierre Poilievre?
Is he what's his stick?
I don't know if you know him or not yet, Hillary, but you're going to love him. He is a fucking character, man.
Okay. No, I don't know anything about him.
He's conservative, Canada, and basically Trump's, not Trump, Trudeau's opponent, I guess.
That makes sense.
His antithesis?
Trudeau was way
Yes,
left.
and he, oh man.
You're right. Isn't Canada kind of like England, where your right is like our moderate left and your left is like our crazy left?
In a way, yeah. But yeah, Poilievre, fuck, there's clips on YouTube. You can watch him arguing with fucking Trudeau, and it's amazing. But
yeah,
I
there
don't
are some
know.
places. There are some places that like they're like, this is our conservative, and I'm like, that's your conservative. That's like our moderate Democrat. I don't. What's your left
Right.
like? And
I
then I
don't
see their
know.
left, and I'm like, no, I'm out.
I don't know who's in charge right now in Canada. Because Trudeau,
He said his
resigned,
party's in
but
charge.
I don't know.
Yeah,
His
he's
party's
still
in
running
charge.
things
Okay.
until they appoint a new one in whenever.
Till they have an election. So now, yeah, like now I'm pretty sure there's a call for an election. So whoever the Liberals put up instead of Trudeau will be running against Poilievre. Pierre Poilievre. He's very articulate, very well spoken. French Canadian heritage, I'm guessing. And he can be a bit of a pompous prick, but well polished. If that
You know
makes
what?
sense.
You know what? I love watching British parliamentary. They are fucking hilarious. And they'll insult
get
each
into
other
it,
with
man.
well, yeah, but they'll insult
Yeah.
each other with insults that don't even sound like insults.
Yeah.
Like
Right.
what was the guy with the crazy wispy blonde hair? What was his name? Anyway,
Boris
she would just be
Johnson.
yeah, and
Yeah,
like he was
Boris.
going on and on about how like great things were going to be working with Biden or something. And then this girl, she just looks at him and she's like, mm-hmm. And how's your erstwhile best friend, Trump? And then he's like, scrub. They go back and forth, and it's hilarious the way they insult each other. It cracks me up. Or the guy who took off with the scepter, He tried to leave with the scepter. That was hilarious. Did you see that?
No.
No. You did? Okay, I have to look that up. Because that is so funny. Hold on.
I just had a thought. What if this week, after Trump goes into office, he gets a ceasefire in the Ukraine-Russia war? How much would the left, to use a label, lose their fucking mind?
Oh yeah.
It would depend. No, it would entirely depend, honestly, because it would depend on the terms. One sec.
Right. I don't think the terms would even matter. I would. I don't know. It would be interesting for sure. I don't think it's going to happen, but who knows? That would almost make me a believer in Trump if he could pull that off. I'd say, oh, maybe. Hey, maybe this guy has something.
Again, it would depend on the terms. Okay, but here's the scepter being stolen in Parliament.
I think they would debate to be resumed what day? Order, put it back. No. Order. Yeah, I'm grateful to a dedicated servant of the House for bringing forward the mace and restoring it to its place. I'm sorry, but under the power given to me by Standing Order number 43, and I think the Honourable Gentleman will know the implications of his action, I must order the Honourable Gentleman to withdraw immediately from the House of this day's sitting.
Order! No! Order! Put it back! Put it back! I thought it was hilarious. Anyway. They crack me up.
Hillary, are you there?
I'm here.
I have an ask. If you happen to find yourself in JG's side chat, I ask that you petition that I be graciously unblocked.
Okay. I always have to check to see whether I'm blocked.
Are you still blocked? I accidentally found out that I was unblocked the other day. You know how I found out? Because I never know if usually I'm blocked. And I was blocked for like months and months and months and months. And sometimes I just like leave a comment in there and leave. Because I used to go back to see if I was still blocked, and I was still blocked. And anyway, I hadn't done that in a while. Well, I was really bored the other day, and I noticed like he was streaming about Ace yet again. And I had stopped by Ace's room, and he was typing some stuff in there, and he had just left the Ace's panel. And then I went back to his room, and they were all sitting there, and he had said something like, what was it that he said? He was like, oh, they're obsessed with me. He just loves talking about me, blah, blah, blah. And that's what he had said in Ace's room. You're just obsessed with me. You love talking about me, blah, blah, blah. And so I went back to his room, and they were like giggling about it or whatever. And I was like, I said something like, that joke would have hit so hard were you not in here talking about him like you have been for more than half a year or so. But then again, two-way streets were never really your thing, huh? And then somebody responded as I was going to leave, and I was like, huh, I'm unblocked now. Anyway, that's how I discovered I was unblocked at JG's.
Cool.
You're still blocked, huh?
Yes, I am. I, one of JG's local stars is Eric, whom you may know. But
Oh yes,
I
yes.
love Eric. I love Eric. I just
The
love him.
the self-proclaimed righteous and holy man that he is. Yeah, he's a fucking delusional weirdo. Anyway.
Hey, he can stop time.
Mm-hmm. He's a delusional weirdo and a self-proclaimed righteous and holy man. And the more self-proclaimed righteous and holy you are, the less righteous and holy I believe you to be.
I like Eric. Part of me likes Eric. And it's kind of embarrassing, but he's just a unique character. And I like to bust his balls.
We're all
And
unique
I
characters.
very much dislike some of the things he says. But anyway, yeah.
I would rather I dislike. Okay, first of all, I don't love everyone. I'm not nearly as nice as other people, despite what my voice may lead you to believe at times. I do not love everyone, and I don't pretend to. And as much as I do not love Jill, I would rather play with that toy than Eric.
I love a few. but I
I'm
love
glad
them
to see y'all.
fiercely.
I'm glad to see you and Jill getting along better. That's
Oh, we're
sweet.
not. We're not. Did
I've
you not
seen
see?
it happen, Pixie.
Did you not see what happened earlier? Did you not see what happened in the chat earlier?
No, I missed it. But
Okay, first I've been gone for a long time, so it isn't that we have been getting along, it's that we haven't been sharing space. Second, the first thing I said when I saw him was remind him that he was just in a stream. Hillary's, I got a memo about your stream.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I ran into him, I reminded him that average is better than proficient. And then he hinted that I didn't know something about variables and life insurance, to which I reminded him that the reason he relied on his boss's license to sell insurance was because the Series 6 was just too hard for him, because his boss was proficient and he was less than average, and things were getting so much clearer now. Then I kept going a little bit, and then he left.
Oh my
Wouldn't say we
God.
get along.
You and I do think a lot alike, Pixie.
Yeah, cracked a few jokes at his expense, all that good stuff, till he left. And I'm even less kind to Irenic because I think Irenic's a piece of shit, but that's another story.
Well, yeah.
And it has nothing to do with anything he said about me. He can call me a bitch and a whore and everything else he wants to all day long. Don't care. It's not about what he did to me. I just know if you do that shit to a person that you call friend, and that friend is the only person who stuck up with you behind closed doors, then I don't have any room for a piece of shit like you in my life. So I don't pretend to like him anytime I see him either. Exactly. So every time I see him, I'm like, you're a piece of shit. He could have made it right with that person, and he chose not to. He chose to double down and play it off. So even if that other person forgives him, I don't. I don't need that shit.
I don't mean to pry, but
He's in side chat right now.
Do you mind if I say? Tell me in side chat if you mind if I say. Like, just
never mind. I figured it out.
Okay.
I don't mind.
That I don't care. After that incident, that's when I was done. That's your write-off moment. And he has no need to redeem himself, and I have no need to offer that redemption. None at all. Don't care. I don't have any room for that bullshit. No. I already have trust issues. I don't need that kind of noise.
Noise. I like that.
Yeah, I've already got so much of that in my head. That's not the kind of contributor you want, you know?
Odin
Welcome
is
back.
really Bond. What?
Yeah, yeah.
He's not. There's the guy that thinks that Odin and Bond are the same person, which I think is hilarious.
Yeah, everybody thinks it's
There was
hilarious.
there was a random
Hello.
guy.
Tim,
got a bunch
some
of
guy
letters
named
with
Tim.
Random guy. There was a random guy in Brojo's last night. I think it was late. Oh,
Continue. And what did he say? His name was picked or something.
yeah. Hold on. I got to
Reading and thinking and talking all at the same time.
Anyways, I am back because I am cool.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
We missed you.
I know.
And I know
I've-
you understand that reference because you were there when I was so mad about it. I was like, I can't believe you did that to him.
Yeah,
It's also a reference within a reference. You know, the whole Captain America. I understood that reference. I've been too much into the MCU lately.
Oh, we lost DT. Where'd DT go?
that's probably a connection.
Yep.
Okay. Saint told me I put it in the side chat. I'm sure you figured it out, but I was confirming.
Thank you, Pixie.
Yep.
Yeah. After that whole incident, I was like, nope, fuck you. Don't need that. And so I will probably never like Irenic because he will probably never be the kind of person that thinks that he should redeem himself from that.
I mean,
Instead, he's the kind of person that thinks he can double down, say a bunch of bullshit, and that everybody should just pretend like it never happened the next day. And if
So
that's what
Irony needs to repent.
No,
Well-
it's not even about that. It's not even about that. It's that this person is your friend. This person has defended you. This person did not even raise their voice at you. And you have gone out of your way to specifically hurt them in a way you know will hurt them. And once your friend has displayed that, yeah, you're correct, that really fucking hurt me in ways you don't even understand, right? If your instinct at that moment is to double down and triple down and curse everybody out and fucking take off, and then you think you can just come back from that and everybody's going to act like it never happened, then you are a kind of person that I do not need that in my life. I don't. If that's how you treat a friend, I don't need to be a friend with you. I don't even need to be your acquaintance. When we're in the same room, I'm going to remind you I think you're a piece of shit, because I do.
Yep.
And if that makes you inclined to stay away from me, well, all the better for me, because you treat your friends like shit anyway.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm actually surprised Brojo still talks to him, still has him around. I mean, I guess you could say it's for the humor factor because the conversations they had with Arenik do get pretty funny at times, but they also get so fucking annoying because he just screams his head off, and I'm like, shut the fuck up, you fucking geriatric piece of shit.
Look, he's not banned from my channel. I've never banned him from coming up on panel, nothing like that. He is not inclined to be around me because I am inclined to remind him that I don't particularly appreciate his fucking presence.
Yep.
And I don't. So least I'm not lying to him, I guess.
Yeah, his whole views on homosexuality just really bother me.
His views on a lot of things bother me.
Yeah.
Like, he just bothers me. He's at his best when he plays his guitar very, very, very terribly.
Mm.
Oh, DT's back, and I didn't notice. I'm so sorry, DT.
No worries.
I was talking about how much I don't like Irenic.
Missing mods in your side chat.
Hey, Missing Mod. You missed all my rapid fire questions about labels earlier. I don't know if we want to rehash that.
She's cool. I like her.
I like Missing Mod too. I hang out in her chat sometimes.
Right on.
I can
think
relate.
I think
I can-
Bond
Uh-huh.
sent me her way.
I like Bond. You know,
Oh,
Bond-
that's what I was going to say. Sorry. That's what I was going to say. The guy at Brojo's last night, he sounded just like Bond.
you
like
think so?
a cross between Bond and Odin.
That's hilarious because people think Bond and Odin are the same person. But I think,
know.
I think-
And
okay, but here's the thing,
This
I
dude
don't-
out of nowhere, out of random nowhere, pops into Brojo's and fucking says a few words. And
Okay.
I'm like, holy fuck, is that Bond or Odin?
see, Bond and Odin are two people that I would consider much closer to a friend than an acquaintance, right?
Right
Like-
on. They're good people.
And
I
and
have
to
them.
me,
They're on my
yeah,
A list.
to me, like they don't sound alike. They don't have the same cadence. They don't choose the same words. Like their manner of speech is different. So when I heard that guy say that Bond and Odin were the same person, like I about died laughing. Like for real, like I thought it was hilarious. And maybe it's because like I said, like those of all the people like I hang out with in the community, like I'm pretty close to those two people. So like I would definitely consider them way closer to friend than acquaintance.
Okay.
So
I have a
it's
question.
weird to me.
I have a question for you. Do you think that both Bond and Odin are clever enough to be the other one?
It's not that I don't think they are. It's they're both clever enough to be the other. Both of them are. They're both very intelligent and they're both very prone to underselling themselves. However,
They're too genuine. They're genuine.
not only that, but it's just like the timeline of things, right? Like no one can consistently be around at the same time and be that active on both sides without slipping up. I don't care how good you are. Right? I on top of that, to even hold that voice difference for that long, to their laugh to not accidentally slip up in the way you laugh, right? To have such a split in the life events that are going on in your life and have that be consistent with the way you're present and the way things are happening, right? Like none of that would line up.
That'd be harder to pull off in Area 51.
Yeah.
Okay,
Like,
now I have a.
Are they intelligent enough to pull off like another personality? Sure. Is it feasible in the way in which I've interacted with both of them? No.
So Pixie, you there?
Yep.
Okay. Where do I fit into that?
What do you mean on the scale?
Friend, yeah, friend, acquaintance.
Closer,
I don't know.
closer to friend. Also closer to friend. But you and I talk about a lot off air.
Yeah.
But so do me and Odine, and so do me and Bond, right? Like, so, yeah, I have a lot of acquaintances. I have a lot of people I'm very, very fond of. But there are some in there that I actually interact with a lot. And I would consider these people much, much closer to friends, yes. And then there are some people who broke my trust, and that's okay. I still love them dearly. I just have weird trust issues. And that's a me problem.
Those are the toughest ones.
You know what's funny? Is that in the same way we're our own worst critic, we have the least patience for like something that has, I don't want to say something as stubborn as you, right? But something stubborn in the exact same way you are. That's the hardest thing to deal with. For example, like Super Munchkin growing up, right? When she was acting out like her dad, I could be really patient and her dad would get really impatient. But when she was acting out like me, it was harder for me to be patient and it was easier for him to be patient. Isn't that weird?
That is interesting, yes.
I cannot count the number of times I have told her, girl, you got that attitude from me, but I am older and I've been doing this longer. Let's go. But in a teasing way, not in like a I'm gonna hurt you way.
Yeah.
We used teasing to break tension a lot. Also funny things. Like sometimes if things got really tense, she would randomly yell shoes, but that has to do with a story about a license plate I don't want to get into.
Okay,
But,
so shoes and a license plate. Okay.
yeah.
That's a fucking
Yeah, but we also did like we would say weird things to each other. Like she would tell me she would keep like if I told her to hush for a minute, she would like poke at me, but you knew she was poking at me because she'd giggle, you know. She'd be like, "But mom, mom, mom," and then she'd start laughing or something, you know. And I would tell her something ridiculous like, "If you do not hush, I will duct tape your mouth shut." And then she would say something like, "But mom, that's child abuse." And I would say, "Not if it's colored, then it's arts and crafts." So we just had like that kind of relationship. I don't know. We would banter like that. And that's how I accidentally scarred her one time.
Hey,
It's a terrible
DT.
story, but it's funny.
Hey, DT, are you there?
Yes, my brother.
Do you trust me?
I do, yeah. True. Yeah.
I've been trained not to ask questions that I don't know the answer to. And I thought about that before I asked the question. I thought, well, what's the answer? Does DT trust you? And I said, yeah, he trusts me. You know, in substantial ways, not in every way, but substantial ways.
Yes.
And I confess that I trust you also. And
Well,
anyway,
well,
so I didn't
I
ask that
appreciate
question without considering it. And if you'd have said no, I'd have been a little surprised. A little surprised.
Tommy, I trust you enough. Like, if we were to say have an off-air conversation, and you or I were to say, "Hey, let's keep this between us," I trust that would happen. Absolutely.
Confidentiality is a great thing. And I'm
It's a trust builder for sure. Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
very good. It's very good, not to
And
cut this
and
confidentiality. It's such a cool thing.
and knowing what I know of you, I would trust you with my wallet or my cell phone or any of my possessions.
I'm gonna pause real quick to say, sleep well and dream easy, dear Spooky. Okay, continue. Sorry. Oh, I killed the conversation. My bad. I was just telling
no.
Spooky good night.
Spooky's worth it. Hey.
Tommy, I trust you with my money and my life, but not my wife. That's from Top Gun. Did you hear me okay?
But does that say something? Does that say something about him or his wife? Or both?
I don't know. It was from that movie. And I guess they're sailors, so maybe it says something about Navy life. Being away from your family for months at a time.
Fair enough.
It says more about the one man's penis, I think. Or maybe all penises.
Any wife of Hillary would obviously be hottie, hot. And Hillary understands that I just couldn't resist, Such
right.
a wondrous human being that Hillary was married to, even though I would probably feel bad about it and all. But, some things are, I'm just a man, a weak man. Hillary understands.
Yeah.
You wrestle with the flesh.
It's good vision. It's good vision. If you have good vision, you're vulnerable to all these beautiful human beings. God.
Where is Wild? Hopefully he went to sleep.
Yeah, hopefully, but well, you're gonna stick to hopefully.
I don't know. My schedule tends to be really weird, and now it's even weirder. So I miss almost everything. Uh-oh.
What?
Somebody posted a screenshot in
Yeah, TikTok's down.
Yeah, a law banning TikTok has been enacted in the US. Unfortunately, that means you can't use TikTok for now. We are fortunate that President Trump has indicated that he will work with us on a solution to reinstate TikTok once he takes office. You know what I don't understand about the TikTok thing?
What?
Is that if we were worried about the security breach, if that was honestly a concern, right? And it wasn't some American tech lobbying against the foreign invader, it's an actual concern. Why did we do absolutely nothing to ban any of the sites and companies used regularly that, unlike TikTok, don't have any foreign servers anywhere, and therefore your data goes straight into Chinese servers? Why did we not ban those?
I don't know what's going on, but I hope Trump can sort it out by Friday, because I got a busy week ahead.
I'm less hopeful than other people that one man can fix anything. When I say we're a corporate oligarchy with bot parties, I mean it. Like I honestly think a lot of times the lobbyists are writing more scripts than the politicians are.
But Trump is here. He's here to clean house. He's gonna do it this time. He's gonna
Have you walked into the Capitol building? No, I haven't.
Of the United States of America? No.
Yes.
I've been in the Capitol building of the great state of Washington.
Now I haven't.
The evergreen state.
But my siblings did. Well, 2 of my 3 siblings did. I think the other one went to Austin. And some of my best friends did. And they took a lot of pictures for me. One of them even like recorded some of it for me. And here's what I found really interesting. Now, in my childish, naive mind, learning history and the bullshit they teach you in school, I thought they're going to walk into this building and it's going to be legislators, right? It's going to be our Congress people, and some serious shit's going to be going down, right? And I always thought it would be so cool. I didn't get to go, poor people problems, whatever, but I thought it would be so cool. And when my friend came back and showed me the pictures, we sat there and talked about how disappointed she was and how disappointed I would be. Because I kid you not, as they walk in this recording that I have, as they walk in, they see a couple of elected lawmakers. And then they turn around and they see a sea of people. And it's not lawmakers. It's a representative for Coca-Cola and a
lobbyists, man,
for the oil company, and a representative for the Koch brothers, and a representative for just everywhere.
I have a funny story.
Even if we can pretend, how can we even pretend that we're even treating like corporations like individuals anymore? They have more power, and they can outspend any individual. How do we even pretend that we're treating them like individuals anymore? We're not. It is definitely a corporate oligarchy. And the president is the president, but he's not as unlimited as people think he is.
Right. Yeah. That's why people shouldn't panic. That's another big reason people shouldn't panic. He's only one dude. He can make some changes, but he's only one guy.
I think it's typically the corporate lawyers that draft legislation, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I have a funny story for you.
Right, but even when I said scripts, I also meant like in the debates and the public arguments, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh yeah, go ahead and argue for fines. That'll make your base will be very happy, because they're like, yeah, punish them. Let's just make sure those fines are less painful to me than actually fixing the problem. It's a lot like that.
Right.
I met the governor of the state of Washington in person once. And my uncle was, he held a political office. So I went down with my dad and a couple of my brothers to this Democratic crab feed they were having. And the governor happened to be there. It was Booth Gardner was the guy's name. And my fucking uncle, the governor was talking to my uncle, and then my uncle came over with the governor and introduced the governor to my dad, who was his brother. And then he said, and this is his youngest son, Tom. And I put my hand out to him to shake his hand, and I said, "And you are?" Oh my God. You had to be there. It was priceless. Fuck it. The governor cracked up. My dad cracked up. My uncle cracked up. Like I basically acted like I had no idea who the fucking governor was.
And how old were you at the time?
I was about 17 or 18. It was a risky move because my dad was a bit of a fucking hard ass.
Right.
So I knew if I said that he might not think it was funny.
It's pretty
But
funny.
he did. But it turned out he did. So like my dad was the kind of guy who he could have gone either way with that. He could have put me on blast for being disrespectful to the governor. But it made him laugh, so it was okay.
Oh, today's Saturday, huh? I feel like it's
for most of the day.
I feel like
Saturday
it's
evening.
not Saturday, but I think it's because I
All
had
day.
to work. I think it's because I had to work today, so it doesn't feel like Saturday to me.
Right. That would do it.
Yeah.
I went grocery shopping and smoked a lot of pot today. Watched a little football.
Oh, I need to set an alarm on my phone that reminds me not to log in on Monday. They make fun of me because I always forget there's a holiday. Like I will log on to work and I will just be working away and then I'll look and like I'll see that nobody else is online. And I'm like, why is nobody else online? Why am I the only one working? And then like, oh shit, it's a holiday and I have to like log out. And it like even when we were in the office, like sometimes I would remember I didn't have to go to work, and sometimes I would pull up in the parking lot and be like, man, the parking lot's really empty today, and I'm not even here that or oh shit. And then I would just drive home. I'm terrible about that. Luckily, it doesn't require a drive anymore. I just accidentally log off and on. Camel
Pixie.
spiders are ginormous.
Pixie.
Yeah.
It sounds like that you're in need of a new label. You know, that your old labels are a bit stale or not quite fitting, and that you could use a new label. You know, you're obviously, Pixie, a do-gooder. You like to champion good causes and do good things, and
that's only some. But again, see, this is why I don't like labels, because that's only sometimes true. Sometimes, I mean, generally speaking, my general disposition is I like to help people and I like everybody around me to be doing great.
yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But that's not always true. If you're ironic and you come into my chat, I'm not going to ban you, but I'm not here to make you feel good. I'm going to tell you you're a piece of shit because you're a piece of shit. If you're Jill, I'm going to throw jokes at you and make fun of you because that's basically all you're good for. Entertainment while you're here. So, like, I mean, it's not always true.
Right.
Because fuck those people. I don't know. I don't know why we need them either. They do not seem to be accurate descriptions of anything. But people seem to be very angry about them anyway.
One thing about ironic that I can empathize with is that I can be very asinine and say some hurtful shit and not realize that it's hurtful.
Yeah,
Just
but
be
you didn't.
naive as hell. Just be naive as hell. And it takes me by surprise at the stupid shit I have said over the years.
There's a difference between saying stupid shit and even saying mean shit and then just being cruel. Like I said, it's not about some of the things he said. I don't even care that he called me a bitch. I don't care that he called me a whore. I don't care. I really don't. But like I said, if the one person who ever defended you to me backstage, behind the scenes, ever, I mean, like all out, went to bat for you, called you a friend, and you called them a friend. If that is the person you not only scream and yell at while they don't raise their voice to you, not only the person you call outrageous names to, but the person you throw a racial slur at, and then double and triple down and then want to play it off like everybody should just forget it never happened and not expect you to address it, despite knowing how much it hurt your friend, then fuck you. We don't need to be friends. That's the end. You do not need to be in my life in that capacity, and you won't be. That's just I don't have room for that noise. I already have trust issues. I don't need friends like you. That's just how I feel about it.
Yeah, I don't think anyone disagrees. That's why they're being quiet.
I have no rebuttal.
Yep.
Like
So,
everybody
Johnny,
thinks it's petty and that it's just because we don't like each other, but that is not it. That if that was it, I would treat him more like I treat Jill.
I treated Jill abusively yesterday.
Oh, I pick on him. Don't get me wrong. I make fun of him. I throw jokes at him. I laugh at him. But Irenic is not even that. I will be mean to Irenic. If he comes up in my space, I'm like, you're a piece of shit. You're still a piece of shit. I still think you're a piece of shit. Like, and I'm not even playing. It's not about amusement. I am dead serious. There are levels and scales in my mind, and every interaction I have with somebody adds to the scales one way or another. It takes me an incredibly long time to decide if I like someone or not, and very, very few people, even if I don't like you, even if you've broken my trust and I do like you, it takes me a lot. I don't write you off. It takes a lot for me to consider somebody a write-off. And even a write-off isn't completely irredeemable. They're just somebody not inclined to do things that make them redeemable. And Irenic is in that category for me.
Me too. He entered that category for me when he basically advocated to stone Midnight. If that's what he could vote for, he would do it.
I just cannot fathom why you would look at somebody you consider a friend, call him the N word with a hard R. Know it hurt him. Like, no, it really, really hurt him. And then just like double down, triple down, throw a temper tantrum, and then pretend like you didn't do anything ever. Like, I just don't get it.
Oh. Yeah. Wow.
I've been in love, I don't know, 4 or 5 times. And the second time I was in love was with a real smart paralegal chick. She was real good communicator, smart girl. And she told me, she said, Tommy, she said, there's something that you don't empathize with. She said, to be a woman or to be an ethnic group, a minority, is something that you're kind of aware of, very aware of. Men don't walk around thinking, "Oh, I'm a man, yeah," all the time. But ethnic people and women are very sensitive that they are ethnic and women, and that's something that men aren't generally mindful of. That it's an issue, or it's a thing. You know, it's not nothing.
I'm not
And
saying he should be the person where he never said it, right? I'm saying when you realize what you did and your response is, I would rather double down and burn a bridge and pretend like I didn't do anything than to fix things with your friend. And even after that, you leave any repair up to the friend you hurt. I just don't need you in my life. That's not a friend. I have better frenemies than that. I don't need that kind of friend.
yeah. Well, Ironix not asking you to be his friend.
Exactly. He's a piece of
And-
shit, and I keep telling him that, and I will continue to tell him that. The same way he will continue to tell me I'm a whore and a bitch and all kinds of other things.
It's kind of like a hate relationship.
Damn, I hate to hear that.
I don't. There is, when I do not pretend. Everybody thinks, oh, okay, here's the thing. A, I have a very sweet childlike voice. B, when I care about somebody, I care about somebody very, very deeply. I mean, even if I minimally care about you, you will think I maximally care about you. I go out of my way for people. I will always be there. I will drop everything to be there. And because of that, people think that is me, that I am that person. And sure, that is part of me, right? That is part of me. But I don't pretend that makes me a good person. I do not love everyone. I do not pretend to love everyone. And if I do not love you, it will be very clear to you that I do not fucking love you. And I don't feel bad that I don't pretend to love him. I don't. That those were his choice. That's the person he chose to be. I don't have any room for that bullshit. The end.
What would Gandhi do?
I don't care. I'm not Gandhi. Irenic, here's the thing. I don't hate Irenic, right? I don't wish any harm on Irenic. I hope Irenic leads. I really hope he finds some happiness, because he is incredibly bitter. And honestly, I hope he has a lot of good years in him. I really genuinely do. At the same time, I would laugh hysterically and it would not hurt my feelings at all if in like a week or a month or something, he got stuck in a horrible, horrible traffic jam with no way to the exit and then had a catastrophic case of explosive diarrhea. That would not hurt my feelings. If I had to throw him a life raft, I would totally do so. Probably kick him in the face or the ribs on the way up, but I would do so.
Why don't you tell us how you really feel, Fixie? Just really let it out.
I don't like him.
I hope
I know,
he
I
at
know.
least I hope he at least has a fleshlight.
I do not like him.
That's too kind, Tom.
And I don't feel any reason to lie about it.
That's way too kind. That's way too
my
kind.
mother. That's my mother. You don't have anything kind to say. Don't say anything. So I tried to say a kind thing.
Fleshlight?
Other than that,
That's offensive.
he's a complete piece of shit. Yeah.
You know, okay, hold on. I've had this question since I met him. How in the fuck did he manage to get 2 women to marry him?
Okay, according to the friend
Well,
according to the friend he stepped all over.
He has
Ironic-
a really large
No,
hands.
I'm being serious here. According to the friend he stepped all over, who hardcore went to bat for him. When I say he hardcore went to bat for him, I mean it. But according to the friend he stepped all over, Irenic, they've met up in person before on more than one occasion. And Irenic, he says Irenic used to be someone who was pretty optimistic and not very judgmental and pretty accepting, and that not at all what I know him to be. But all I've ever known him to be is what I know now. So that's
that
what I
explains
know,
that.
and I don't like that.
Well, that killed the conversation.
Yeah, see, sometimes I'm not so sweet. I don't know.
The deadliest people are often the sweetest.
You want to
No.
know a fear that I have? I'll share it with you. I have a fear of the sky being full of drones.
Yeah, but you don't live in New
Completely
Jersey.
full.
Why?
So many drones like block out the sun.
Why would you fear that?
Because
I think it's
like
a possibility.
having...
I think it's a possibility. I think there's a factory. There could be 2 factories, 3 factories in China working on that right now. They're just building drones by the bazillions, man.
I mean, we just need to have Mysterio show up and use the drones.
Why would they block something that they require to sustain themselves as well?
They wouldn't block it out for them. They'd block it out for us.
That wouldn't be sustainable.
Okay,
I mean,
drones.
they could temporarily manage
what
it.
You
but...
say.
Well, hold on.
Let's say Japan. Let's just say not Japan. Let's say China has had 4 factories with 10,000 workers in each factory. All these people have been doing for the last 40 fucking years is building drones.
I'm gonna have to agree with Hillary's. The problem with drones is that they run out at some, like, they can't stay up there forever. Even on their own, they can't stay up there forever. They would have to fall, and they would have to be able to control how and where those fell. Second, even if they did get them up there and they were long lasting or something in space close enough for it to really do something, they can always be taken out by another projectile in space, something we throw at it. I'm going to have to agree with Hillary's here and say that a much bigger concern would be a space mirror.
I'm still scared.
It'll be okay.
Big Bad Mama. Hello.
You know what my irrational fear is? You know what my irrational fear is? Besides being low-key terrified of the ocean, I am terrified of sinkholes.
Sinkholes.
Those things are scary. And when I was young, sinkholes. And when I was young, I heard this story. It's a true story, and it scared the shit out of me. So there was this guy. Him and his brother and his brother's wife, and like they all lived in like the same house, and somebody else or whatever. Anyway, so he comes home from his shift. He had just worked the double or whatever. Comes home from his shift and he talks to his brother. His brother tells him like the weather's bad or whatever, like he doesn't have to go in later, and he's like, great, that's great. And he goes and he lays down, and then there's this like loud like crashing like banging sound, and his brother and his sister, or his brother and his brother's wife, run into the room to see what happened, and there's this huge hole, and he's like way far down there, and they can hear him, and he's yelling at them to get away, and they're trying to rescue him. Anyway, they finally get other people there, but by the time that they can get to him, he's just sunk farther and farther and farther down, right? And then there's all like hypothermia, all that stuff to worry about. And he ended up dying down there. Anyway, it just scared the bejeebus out of me. And like then I see all these like sinkhole things and these sinkhole stories, and now I'm like low-key terrified of sinkholes. That's my irrational fear.
I wouldn't call that irrational then. Dope, I guess.
Well, it's kind of irrational now because although it's not impossible with the type of foundation that I live on, it's not one of the more likely candidates for sinkholes.
Also, going back to the drones, as far as I know, the drones don't require solar energy to do. They have like a battery or something you recharge, don't they?
You can do it either way, but yeah, it's usually a battery. But some of them, if you want them to be up for a long time, could have solar panels. They've got some drones that don't have rotary blades like on top. They have fixed wing, and they have solar panels for wings, and then they can be up for weeks at a time. They just fly above the clouds whenever they want to recharge.
I suppose, but that's assuming that it doesn't get too much debris on it. That's assuming that there's no mechanical failures. That's assuming that no space debris hits it ever. That's a lot of assumptions. And even the best solar panels we have here have to be replaced eventually.
Right.
And that's without
that's
like
why I said weeks at
launching
a time.
missiles and our own weapons at it, right?
No, that's why I said weeks at a time, because every few weeks they do have to come down and be serviced.
Yeah. I don't know. We are some crazy fucking maniacs.
Yes, we are.
Wait a minute. Wait, just hold on a minute there. How come Tom didn't say that's what your sister said? I'm really hurt.
Oh.
Oh, because I was busy typing, probably.
Dude, did you hear that? Take down the service. How often was that, Mr. Hillary's, please?
Did I hear about the TikTok?
No, I'm saying, please repeat what you said regarding the drones.
Oh, they have drones, but instead of the rotary type, it's the fixed wing type, and they have solar panels for wings, and they can operate for weeks at a time. And even if it's like cloudy, they just fly above the clouds to recharge.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yes.
eventually, after a few weeks, they have to come down and be serviced.
Tom?
Service
trying
your
to make
sister
him feel
weeks
better.
at a time.
Ah, okay. Yeah. You can...
Oh, for God's sakes, never mind. Anyways, TikTok's down. Everything's down. Did you ever see The Birds, Tom?
I saw the bird.
You know,
Yes,
Tippi
Alfred
Hedren.
Hitchcock. Great movie.
Yes.
Great movie. Yeah.
Yeah, you want to know what? I'm going to drop a name, so be careful. I saw
You're
it with...
what?
I'm going to drop a name, so be careful.
You know
It's
what?
on YouTube.
You know what I saw?
I'm telling a story. Go ahead. Fine.
Oh, sorry.
I'll tell a story
Sorry.
later.
Oh,
Yeah.
sure. Everybody else can interrupt you when I want to hear the end of your fucking story the other night. I had to wait 3 days to hear the end of it. I interrupt you
You're
one
so
time,
sweet to me.
and I get a ration of shit.
Go ahead. I'll wait.
Anyway.
So can I tell you about The Birds? I got to see it with Tippi Hedren. And then
Okay.
give her a hug and talk to her, and she showed us her tattoo, and I have it on YouTube.
Hmm.
Cool.
Yeah. She had beautiful bird tattoos.
I was
It's so
leaving a
amazing.
job site. I was leaving a job site yesterday afternoon, and it was a sunny afternoon, and we heard some squawking in the air above us, and we looked up, and there were 3 fucking bald eagles cruising around, like about 50 feet off the ground. It was fucking awesome. And I don't
That
know
is
what
so
the beef
American.
was. I don't know what the beef was, because I don't think it's mating season, but I'm not 100% sure. But one of them had a beef with one of the other ones and was like squawking at it and sort of diving at it. It was kind of cool to watch.
That is very cool.
That's my story.
Remember I told you I was going to tell you a in the womb baby story about sounds?
That, as far as I know, the only like real instinct we share across our species is a thing called the embryonic effect.
Okay,
And
well, get ready.
if there's a loud noise, even in the womb,
Right. Okay,
baby
get ready.
will fucking jump or startle.
That's what he did. So here's the dealio. I was all knocked up and preggers. And I was hanging out in Juneau, Alaska, because of course I was.
Rough spot.
It was freaking amazing. And I got to like watch a bear just like hang out on an island and just swatting at, big red fat salmon and sit down and eat it and stuff. And it was just amazing. So I went on a hike, and there was a clearing that we arrived to at the top of the hill. And all of a sudden I heard this massively loud eagle squawking. And it was so loud, it just rang like a bell. It was so loud, I could not believe it. Like, it made me want to jump, but I couldn't. All I could do was just stop and just look up and watch these things just swooping through the air. It was just massively beautiful. And when that son, who I was pregnant with, when he was 2.5 years old, I happened to watch a PBS thing about that exact same hostel that I stayed in on Juneau. Okay. And at the end, they went on that hike, the same one that I was on. And when they got to the top of the clearing, that same bird did that amazing sound. And my son stopped what he was doing, turned around, looked at the TV, and didn't run up to it, just walked very close and pointed directly to where the bird was. He said, "I've been there." And I was like, "Yeah, you were. Holy crap. Yeah, you really were." So there you go. There's your story.
Thank you.
Bro, Joe. I guess that's like when somebody eats in front of me. Is that what he said?
He can't handle Gretchen's microphone. Drives him fucking nuts.
Worse than someone eating in front of Pixie. How do you know it's worse? You don't understand. I get irrationally, speaking of irrational things, I get irrationally angry. Like, irrationally angry. The sound really triggers my, like, it triggers my fight or flight response. It really does.
The sound of mastication?
Yes.
I'm a masticator, and I'm not afraid to
Like,
say
even
it.
my own, like, I don't even like the sound of myself eating. Like, I usually like eat like, while I'm listening to something, while I have headphones on, whatever. Like, I hate that sound. And my daughter doesn't like it either, actually. And so when we have like family dinners and stuff, we tend to sit next to each other so that we can talk loudly to each other over everybody else.
Can you imagine your daughter listening to you eat in the womb? That must have been traumatic.
I had to listen to my mom too. Oh God. Anyway, it's really. Oh, hold on a sec. Onyx is telling Copper off.
I
Okay, I think
mean,
they're good. So, but anyway, it just I cannot like when I'm much more patient now because even though Super Munchkin also does not like the sound of it, there was a time when she was a child and could not help it, right? And I had to be very patient. And so I'm not as irrational as I used to be. But when I say like a controlled, irrational anger, I will joke around and I will say things like swallow first, bitch, and things like that. But when I was younger, I remember staring. I already didn't like this person, and they had already earned it. This was a terrible, terrible person. So I didn't just think this about everyone, just so you know. But this was a terrible person that I already did not like, who had already had very negative effects on very many lives of people around me. Anyway, and they were sitting there and they were smacking like so loudly, and they wouldn't stop. They wouldn't stop. They just kept eating, and they kept eating, and they kept eating. And I just remember like sitting there and I felt horrible, but all when everything was said and done, but all my mind could think was like, if it was societally acceptable, like I could just stab him with a fork. I could stab him with a fork and he would scream. And if he screamed, he'd stop fucking chewing. Like I had to get up and leave. I had to get up and leave. I was like, I cannot do this anymore.
Were you at like a dinner table?
Yeah. And I
Oh.
I just remember looking over at my friend and smiling as big as I could. And I was like, you know what? It has been great and thank you for inviting me. And I'm gonna give you enough cash to cover me and you and the third friend we bought. But I'm just gonna get an Uber home. And I will catch up with you tomorrow because I am not feeling well right now. And she was just like, okay. And then I fucking left. I got the fuck out of there. Yeah.
Was it
Things are
William
that
Harden
bad.
who shot a person for snoring?
Huh?
Was it
What?
William Harden who shot a person for snoring?
I don't
Oh
know.
wow. When things are that bad, I just say, "Hey, I shit my pants. I gotta go."
Yeah.
Like, oh, it was killing me. I was like, I am gonna hurt this person or I'm gonna fucking leave. So I'm gonna fucking leave because I'm not that bad anymore. But life has taught me a little more patience. But it really does bother me in more than a nails on a chalkboard kind of way.
Do you know that it's actually like a medical condition? I mean, you're not bad. It's an actually recognized phenomenon medically.
I guess. But anyway, the point is, I don't like the sound of chewing. It really bothers me.
Yeah, aversions happen. You know, I've seen aversions come and go. Strong emotional, distasteful emotional reactions to something or other.
It's not even, as far as I've heard, it's actually like a chemical response. Like it literally triggers my fight or flight response, and I don't think we know quite why that happens in some people.
But that's why they're studying it, and it is recognized as truly a medical condition.
You ever wonder if it's like an evolution thing? Like if we were running around at the same time as like saber-toothed tigers and woolly mammoths, like we were prey, right? Like we were prey. So maybe that sound is like a throwback, like danger alert. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows what it is? I just know I don't like it. I don't like it, and it makes me really uncomfortable.
That's a brilliant suggestion.
Oh, Pixie, you may have misophonia.
It has been suggested to me, yes, and to my daughter. They say that she has it too. Yep. It has been suggested.
Am
Is
I
that like
SO?
is that
Wait a
like
minute.
homophobia?
No, it's when it's like like it's what I was talking about. It's not like just an aversion. It's like this thing, like specifically the sound of chewing will trigger like a fight or flight response.
St. Tommy.
Hey, Gretchen,
Hi, how are you?
hanging tight.
Why tight? Why not be loose and relaxed?
Good point. Good point.
What are you waiting for?
Courage, I guess, or something.
What are you
Vision.
putting off your joy for? When for?
I'm
What
figuring
makes
it
a
out.
what makes a muskrat guard his musk?
Listen, just enjoy it.
Courage.
Oh, I
Well,
never knew you were a cowardly.
I did drive 100 miles today and
You
100 miles
do?
back. Yep, and that's
Oh
very
my
unusual
goodness.
for me. In my youth, I used to travel every weekend. 100 miles wasn't
Uh,
anything.
I'll be
But these days it was very exciting.
500 miles. Well, that sounds like it might have been a nice ride.
It was. It was.
Well, good.
Did you enjoy the journey, or were you just waiting to get to the destination?
Uh-oh.
I enjoyed it, but it was frightful. I won't say frightening, but I will say fearsome or frightful. You know, getting
Oh,
on a major interstate, 8 lanes of
Mhm.
traffic, just crazy. It's just so crazy. And
yeah.
risking my vehicle, which is, not particularly reliable. And it was kind of like jumping in a cold swimming pool, something that,
Okay.
but it went well.
That's good.
That is good. It's like an adventure.
Hmm I did something new today.
Oh yeah.
hmm I've been here in Southern California for 4.5 years, and today I made a friend.
Yay!
You've been doing
hmm
what for 4.5 years?
I've been living here in Southern California for 4.5 years, and today I made my first friend.
Oh wow, big day. That's cool.
It was wonderful.
How do you know they're a friend? Was it the first time you've met them?
No,
Okay.
she's
I
another
trust your
student at
judgment.
she's another student at the same dojo,
Ah.
and she has the name of a princess, and she's just so much fun, and we just connected, and it's really
Ariel?
sweet. Yes, in real life. What do you mean? No, not
Oh,
Ariel. She's a
Not
dumb princess.
IRL. No.
That was funny.
Ariel.
By the
my
way, the next person.
my my sister would always do that, you know? Like take
Oh,
a
what do you
while to
mean?
make friends. Take a while to make friends after we moved. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay. growing up, every time we moved, I was the odd one out. My sisters would be so bummed. They would be like, I have to leave all my friends. I have to this. And I was always like pumped. I was like, fuck yeah, new people, new places for a while. Then I get to leave them too. You know, like I was ready. I
It
get
makes
that from
a
my dad.
difference.
Well, I don't know. I've just always been restless. I kind of like that. I get that from my dad, I think. But we anyway, like we would move. I remember one time I was supposed to go ahead of my sister, and then she wanted to go ahead of me, so I let her go ahead of me, which was a mistake. She broke some of my CDs. But anyway, I finally get up there, and I'm all excited. I walk in the door, and I'm like, so what have you been up to? What's going on? Who have you met? How many friends have you made? And she's like, nothing. I've just been around the house. And I was like, what the fuck do you mean you've just been around the house? She was like, I've just been around the house. I was like, no, get dressed. We're going for a walk. She's like, what's going for a walk gonna do? I was like, just go get dressed. Just go get dressed. So she went and got dressed, and we went out for a walk, and then we met the people that she hung out with until she left. And then
Oh, wow.
left me there by myself.
Oh,
But anyway,
do you remember the first childhood friend that you ever made that wasn't a sibling, though? I mean,
You mean that wasn't imaginary?
yeah. That's how I got my name, my channel name. You realize that? Gretchen was my pet imaginary friend squirrel.
my first friend.
I
Okay.
had an imaginary friend when I was like fucking 4 years old, and his name was fucking Mickey Donovan. That was 55 years ago.
Okay, wait.
God.
And hold on. My sister, one of my older sisters, just recently told me.
Yeah.
She brought up my childhood imaginary friend. She's like 8 years older than me, right?
Oh my God.
And, I said, oh God, I remember that. And she said, yeah, I told Mom about that. She said, I went to Mom and said, yeah, I think there's something wrong with Tom. He's like got an imaginary friend. Like he really believes that he has a friend. And she said, all Mom said was, he'll be all right.
That's right. That's right. All right. And that's the south. Do you hear that? That's the south side. Do you hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did I sound like your mom just said? That's frightening.
I was also her 15th kid. So by the time
you're the youngest.
But yes, by the time she saw me with an imaginary friend at 5, that was nothing.
Oh my God.
Okay, my first friend that wasn't a sibling, and I'm not gonna count family friends either because they may, like their kids may as well have been my siblings. So
right.
My first friend that wasn't a sibling or like a direct family friend. Because I was gonna say Becky, but Becky was like a family friend. I called her mom Aunt Betty, so that doesn't count. Coco and Dixie. And I was 4. It's about 4. Yeah. 4 or 5.
Oh, that's so sweet.
And Super Munchkin met her longest friend when she was 2, and they're still friends. Or no, she was not 2 because they were not even walking yet. I think she's probably about she's probably about 18 months when they met.
Oh wow, that's wonderful.
My
so they really grew up together.
I don't remember my first friend, but my oldest friend, he and I met when we were like 12 years old, and he just turned 60, and I'll be 60.
Oh wow!
I'll be 60 in a month or so.
I think my longest friend.
And we're still tight.
I was gonna say the one that
thick
gave
as
me
thieves.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I was gonna say my longest friend is the one that gave me the nickname Pixie, but that's not technically true. Because even though we lose contact from time to time, I would say my longest friend I met when I was Oh, goodness. I was probably 13 when we met, but we weren't like friends until I was like 14 or 15. And she's probably my longest friend. But just because I moved
Okay.
around so much.
My
Mhm.
I don't
longest friend, to be technical, my longest friend was my mother. And I met her
well,
in the womb.
Aw.
but we sit outside the family. I was
Mhm.
always
Oh, right.
jealous. The one thing I do feel like I slightly missed out on. I shouldn't say jealous of. The one thing I do feel like I slightly missed out on in moving around so much, because I
Mhm.
did love to move, and I'm not going to pretend I didn't. I loved
I loved
getting
it
the
too.
fuck out of wherever I was.
I hated it
But
and I loved it at the same time, but yeah.
but well, I hated packing and unpacking, but like going somewhere new, having new people, new experiences, new cultural references, like exploring, that I
Mhm.
love. That I love.
Mhm.
But the one thing I feel like I kind of missed out on was like those like lifelong friendships and things. Like, for example,
Sure,
a
sure.
lot of my family was either really split up, or like there was always like a lot of stuff going on. Like, you were not
Sure.
going to get certain factions of the family with other factions of the family, things like that,
Mhm.
right? So
Yeah.
we never really had, I mean, I think with one exception on one side of my family, we never really had like
Mhm.
family reunions or anything, right? But
Mhm.
growing up, my dad and all the friends he grew up with, right? Like, they grew up in the neighborhood, like the neighborhood kids. And all these neighborhood kids stayed so close their whole life that they had neighborhood reunions. And they would all bring their families together and spend days and days just like cooking out and playing games and playing
Wow.
volleyball and badminton at the park. And then we'd all go back to Raymond's house and play PlayStation and all kinds of stuff and crash out and get up and do it again the next day. So we didn't really have like family reunions, but we had these huge neighborhood reunions. And I just remember thinking, like, how great is it that these neighborhood kids, like, their whole lives, they just get together every summer and bring all their family together, and they just have a blast. And I just thought it was the cutest thing. Sadly, I think there's only 3 or 4 of them left. Just really sad. And I should call one of them tomorrow. Anyway, that took a weird turn. Continue.
My mother and father were married 78 years ago today.
Wow. You remember their anniversary. That is great. I didn't even remember my own.
Oh, wow. I
Yeah.
remember both of mine.
Oh, no. I remember getting a call from my first anniversary. I got a call from my mother-in-law, and she was like, "Happy anniversary." And I was like, "I don't think today's my anniversary." She's like, "Are you sure?" "I think I put it on the calendar." I was like, "I think you're early." Like, I argued with her about it, and I was so wrong. Like,
Wow.
that was my anniversary.
I got married on September 25th of 1994 and
Okay.
July 7th of 2011.
Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. Are we gonna do factoids on our marriage, little like dates and stuff? Because mine's kind of funny. I have 3 wedding dates because I was married 3 times to the same guy with no divorces in between until the final one at the end. Blah 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 blah.
That is, yeah, that's a story.
That's the
Oh, it's
opposite
a
of
great.
that sister wife's chick. Just
Let
that
me
I
tell
got
you
married.
something.
I've been married
Oh
My
twice,
my
sec-
divorced twice.
my second marriage was at a chapel in Vegas,
Oh
and
no, was it
our,
an
we
Elvis one?
bought our we bought our wedding rings at the Pawn Stars place.
Oh, how fun!
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Yeah. Crazy times things were.
People, you know, people are people, and I'm one of them. And
They do what they do,
crazy,
don't they?
crazy things occur
Crazy thing,
when you're
crazy
dealing
in love.
when you're dealing with humans. Crazy shit
Yeah,
happens every
people will
fucking day,
people,
man.
won't they?
Every fucking day.
People will people, won't they?
People will people. Yes. What's his name? Fuck, it's coming to me. New Age, kinda. Fuck.
Which kind?
Read one of his books. Brojo likes him a lot.
Oh gosh.
He's
Alan
What do you
Watts.
mean?
Alan Watts. Yeah,
Well,
Alan Watts.
you really consider him new age? Okay.
He said trees like make leaves, like trees
Yeah.
leave. The universe, peoples.
Hey, say that thing about the seed again. I read when you said that. How many seeds? Oh man.
Oh, you can count how many seeds are in an apple, but you cannot count how many apples are in a seed. Waka, waka, waka.
Oh man, I got up to check on the dog and I came back to like dead silence.
Oh no, that
That's
was you didn't hear
because
that one? That was
yeah,
deep. Shit
she's
got
gotta
deep,
hear it. This
Pixie.
is the best. I love it. And I hope that we can
Okay.
hear what everybody thinks about this one because it just intrigues me.
Pixie, brace yourself. You can count how many seeds are in an apple, but you cannot count how many apples are in a seed.
That's true.
Kind of puts it all into perspective.
As a matter of fact, you can't tell if an apple is in a seed.
No, not until you plant it and nurture it and love it, and water it, then earth it.
I was wondering if St. Tommy had some thought about that one.
About the apple seed.
The seeds of an apple. Yeah.
Well, I'd say that's kind of an interesting micro profundity, and I don't mean to underrate it. You know, it is a wondrous little saying that reveals the wonder of reality. But it's a micro profundity. It's worth something. I like micro.
Did I?
I
Did
love
I ever?
that analysis.
That's
Some
why.
micro
That's why.
profundity. Wow.
That's why I wanted to hear your thoughts on it because I've never told this to you, but you know the show, Tool Time.
What's the show
Tim
again?
Tynan.
Tool Time.
With
Yes.
Tim Tynan.
Yeah.
Tool Time with Tim
Yeah,
Matt
'cause-
Taylor. And the
Yeah, and I just always really felt that St. Tommy was our neighbor.
Wilson?
Yeah, because
Oh,
he's so. I really have always felt that same generous, warm, and depth of character, and just amazing. But like a real one, like for real. I was like, wow, that's the neighbor I want. I want to live in that neighborhood. I don't know where he lives, but that's where I want to go. That's where I want to retire or whatever. But I always used to say that I wanted to retire in Georgia, the state of Georgia, which I think is kind of funny.
It's funny you compare him to a
Georgia.
TV character because I always thought of my grandfather as like the real life Mr. Rogers.
Oh, that's so beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I said that, but he's a real human person. I mean, like, I love the characterization of that
Yeah.
But I mean, I
Yeah,
also love
exactly.
Ernest too. You know what I mean? And
Ernest?
it's not like, oh, I love Ernest. Like Ernest Goes to Camp. Ernest.
Dean
Oh
Martin?
my gosh. Yeah. I mean, it's just those silly, ridiculous. I love that silly stuff. I have a silly sense of humor, don't I, Hillary's? How
Mhm.
are we gonna get
Thank,
our guns?
thank you, thank you, Gretchen. Thank you.
Oh, sure, you're welcome. But
Where
now
is
I'll say a
Odine?
dirty joke and break everything.
I was supposed to catch up with Odine at some point.
Oh
I was also
no!
supposed to catch up with Midnight, but he went to bed on me.
Wait, he
He was
did. Oh, he did leave.
Odine was in the side chat, I thought, earlier.
I know, but we had a conversation I needed to catch up with him on. Plus, when he's here, we tend to share writing, and that's fun. I'll catch up with him later, though.
Okay, Hillary's.
Yes.
Will you please tell them how we're gonna make sure about the gun?
I'd rather just play the clip.
We can't. There's no ticket to Takata anymore, Raw.
You know what
You
I
can't play it.
You know what I
Can't
recently
play it.
discovered? You know what I recently
What was
discovered?
that? What was that?
Some people are like blind to metaphors and symbolism. Like they actually cannot
Visualize them.
they can't make sense of it.
Jill is very bad
Yeah. No
at
kidding.
metaphors or analogies.
And
Horrible.
What about personification?
And so now I found a song.
Oh.
And I'm
What
gonna
is it?
Well, hold on. I'm gonna make people read the lyrics, or listen,
Oh, this is so fun.
and then see if they can tell me what it's about.
Okay, can you read the lyrics to us so I don't have to read and use my eyes?
Yeah, I'll read you the lyrics, and you tell me
Continue. I'll be quiet.
if you can tell me what it's about. And this all started because I was talking about a poem I wrote a while back, by the way. And I had an argument with somebody that I had let read the poem because I wrote the poem about nonconformity, and they kept telling me, "Why did you write a poem about suicide?" And I was like, "But it's not a poem about suicide." And they were like, "But it is." And I was like, "But it's not." And like I argued with this person for forever about something I wrote, and then I was like, "That's just ridiculous. Think what you want." And then I was talking about that, and then somebody brought up that they cannot like translate metaphors and symbolism, like it's something that their brain doesn't do naturally. Like when somebody breaks it down, they can see it, but their mind doesn't want to break it down. And I thought that is so super interesting.
They're dumb. In other words,
no, the thing is, it's not.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
It's not. It's like another person. Like people have these like little quirks. Like there's another person I know who's absolutely brilliant, but they have a hard time actually picturing things in their mind because their mind wants to be mathematically correct about like the dimensions, the angles, everything. And so,
I once worked with a guy. Now he never did this. I never actually saw him do this, but he couldn't. It's like he couldn't see into the future very far at all. Like I could clearly see someone of his aptitude opening a valve with their face right in front of it and being shocked when they got hit with water that came out of the valve.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Just can't put two and two together. Like if I do this, if I make this action, no idea what the consequences are going to be until it hits me right in the fucking face. Oh,
right.
Yeah.
There's all kinds
of dangerous.
Different people have like different blind spots. It's just like a kind of thing that people have. I don't know.
It's like different learning styles.
Yeah, kind of. So here we go.
Propensities to understanding.
How do you get out of bed to your fucking car in the morning?
Falls on his face every day.
It's one step in front of the other. Okay, you ready for the lyrics?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Do it.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Let's take a moment and break the ice so my intentions are known. See, I I take pity in watching you suffer. I know the feeling of being damned alone. I've got a storybook of my own. Don't you see? I am your pride, agent of wealth, bearer of needs, and you know it's right. I am your war, arming the strong, aiding the weak. Know me by name, shepherd of fire. Well, I can promise you paradise. No need to serve on your knees. And when you're lost in the darkest of hours, take a moment and tell me who you see. Won't tell you who not to be. Now you know I am your pride, agent of wealth, bearer of needs, and you know it's right. I am your war, arming the strong, aiding the weak. Know me by name, shepherd of fire. Disciple of the cross and champion in suffering, immerse yourself into the kingdom of redemption. Harden your mind through the chains of the divine, make way the shepherd of fire. Through the ages of time, I've been known for my hate, but I'm a dealer of simple choices. For me, it's never too late. I am your pride, agent of wealth, bearer of needs, and you know it's right, because I am your war, arming the strong, aiding the weak. I am your wrath, I am your guilt, I am your lust, and you know it's right. I am your love, I am your stall, I am your trust. Know me by name, shepherd of fire.
That's very
That's
powerful.
that's obviously a poem about the age-old battle between tyranny and righteousness.
No, it's one word that's used over and over in the song.
Fire?
Pride.
Oh.
Literally just about pride.
Especially the part where you said, and you know that it's right. That was the part that I was really focusing in on, not just because it was repeated, but
Yeah.
as being the fulcrum and the crux of the focus in terms of what was propelling them forward
Right.
and what they could expect.
Well, and that's kind of why you should have read it, because in the breakdown, the first, if you would read it, the first word, the first part of the chorus is I am your pride. And then it breaks it down. Bearer,
It's really beautiful.
agent,
Do you have
and then it
a
breaks it
tune
down.
for it?
I am, huh? Yeah, you want
Do you
to?
have a tune for it?
Yeah, well,
Oh man,
I will absolutely get a strike for this, but we're gonna try. We're gonna try anyway.
why would you get a strike?
Because it's
Could
an
I hear
actual
it?
song. It's not mine.
It's a what?
Because
It's a
I
what
thought you
song?
wrote
not
it.
mine.
Could,
No,
is there any
no.
way?
That is not what I wrote. You want to see something? I can show
Oh,
you something I wrote.
Could you?
well,
That's not
so
mine.
Could
whose
you?
is that?
That
Whose
is
is
by
Could
a
you
that?
band.
maybe?
That is by a
Could you
band
maybe?
called Avenged Sevenfold. Hold on.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
could
Do
you
you want me to just
maybe
throw it in the?
could you maybe AI it and set it to lyre music?
No,
Oh,
hold
you're
on.
hilarious. No, I was just gonna ask, just so you don't have to risk the strike. Do you want to just put it into Rojo's chat or something?
It's okay.
Oh, okay.
Have a chat.
All right. It opens with
Oh,
bells.
that looks scary. Is this like PG?
I mean, I read you the lyrics. Do you think it's PG?
Oh yeah. Like
I actually love this song. It's one of my favorite songs by them. So the algorithm doesn't hate me too much. I appreciate the drums, and modern rock should bring back drum solos.
Oh, it's got a great beat.
Let's take a moment and break the ice, so my intentions are known. See, I have pity in watching you suffer. I am your pride, agent of wealth, bearer of needs. I am your wall, army the strong, aiding the weak. Know me by name, shepherd of all. Well, I can promise you paradise. No need to serve on your knees. And when you're lost in the darkest of hours, take a moment and tell me who you see. Won't tell you who not to be. Now you know I am your pride, agent of wealth, bearer of needs. I am your wall, arming the strong, aiding the weak. Know me by name, shepherd of all. Disciple of the cross and champion in suffering. Immerse yourself into the kingdom of redemption. Harden your mind from the chains of the divine. Make way to shepherd of fire. Through the ages of time, I've been known for my hate. But I'm a dealer of simple choices. For me, it's never too late. I am your pride, agent of wealth, bearer of needs. I am your
Okay, anyway, we get the point. There's the tune. I love that song. I have for a long time.
Pixie,
Yeah.
I put a link in the private chat if you want drum solos to be great again. Have you ever heard of this guy? His name's Estepario Siberiano.
Yes, I have. He is
He
awesome.
is fucking amazing, man.
You know how I heard of him? I
No.
once made I follow a lot of like political people, and then I have another one where I follow just like a lot of musicians. Like a lot of musicians. Like even like before they were famous, when they were like up and coming and things like that. I followed a bunch of them. And one day on that page, I happened to make a comment and I said something like what I just said a while ago, that modern rock should bring back drum solos. It's the only thing missing. And some band that's pretty popular now was like just hit the radio back then, has a band member named Cam. Cam messaged underneath my thing and said, "Do you know how hard that is to do? The drummer's the only band member that spends the show sitting on his ass." Laughing emoji. Then I responded something about then make him earn it or make him work for it. And then 2 laughing emojis. And then some random person I don't know he's like a bassist from some other band that I was not following at the moment. He posted like drum links, and that was one of the people on them.
And that's I'm pretty sure Estepario, he plays one of the Avenged Sevenfold songs one-handed,
Yeah. Yep.
which is
He
fucking
is.
amazing, man.
He is.
He's
He
a-
is. He is really good. And they should really bring those back. Oh, wait, don't go yet. But yeah. So that was the first time I had seen that guy. Hold on. We'll bring him up. Gretchen left. I was gonna share something
Yeah.
that I wrote with her, but she left. I will share something
She
I wrote
might
with
be
her
back. She
another time.
she has a hard time staying connected sometimes.
Nice.
It gets amazing, man. This is
Talking away. I don't know what to say. I'll say it anyway. Today is another day to find you shying away. I'm coming for your love again. Take on me. Take on me. Take me on. Take on me. I'll be gone. So needless to say, I'm upset it's about me stumbling away. Slowly learning life's okay. Say after me, it's so better to be safe than sorry. On me, take on me, take me on, take on me. I'll be gone.
check this out.
Yeah.
That
That's
is fucking
awesome.
unreal, man. And he's so relaxed the whole fucking time.
You're all the things I've got to remember. You're shying away. I'll be coming for you anyway. Take on me. Take on me. Take me on. Take on me. I'll be
Oh man, you know, I wish this kid that I knew would do this.
Man, he wails, and
I,
he's the pretty inspirational guy too. Like
yeah,
he's not real cocky.
I wish this
And he,
kid that I knew would do this. Okay, so I was friends with this guy, and his little brother was friends with my little brother. And I kid you not, this kid was, how old was he the first time I saw him do it? He's probably like 9, maybe 10. He might have been 10. Anyway, so his brother, the kid that I was friends with, played the guitar, and he was talking about how well his brother played the drums and how quickly like he could learn it. And I was just like blown away by the stories I heard. So I handed his brother a CD one day. I handed this kid a CD. And I said, "Have you heard this CD?" And he looked at it and he said, "Not yet." And I said, "Play song number 3." So he walks down to the basement, he plays the song twice, and then proceeds to play it. That kid was so good on the drums.
Oh, right on.
So good. I wish he was doing something like this right now. But he is not.
I saw a video earlier today of a fucking 7-year-old playing the drums, man. Just fucking nailing Metallica or something like that. It's amazing.
Yeah, he was one of those kids. And he could just
Yeah.
like hear the song and then just like bam, hammer it out. And you were just like, dang. He
There's
was
another
really good.
channel. I don't know if I'm subscribed to or not, but they do. They bring drummers in like fucking Chad from Red Hot Chili Peppers, and they play a song for them that they've never
Oh,
heard
but they haven't
before.
heard, and they make them put the
Yeah.
drums to it, and then they show them
Yeah,
the song
and then
after.
they have to put the drums to the song.
Yeah,
And
and then they
pretty
show 'em the-
fucking amazing, man.
and then they show them the real song after. Some are
Yeah.
pretty close. Some are pretty close.
Yeah,
And some are way off base, but not in a way that sounds bad.
right. It's just a whole different interpretation of the beat or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. I like that. I like the heavy, like almost military drums, like we heard in the Avenged Sevenfold song. I like that one. I also Doomsday kind of has that same feel. I'm sure if you didn't know that Avenged Sevenfold song, you definitely don't know Doomsday. Not the
Oh,
same.
I probably heard it before. I just
Well,
don't
it's not.
know.
It's not Avenged Sevenfold. It's a band called Atreyu.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Anything after like 1990, I would
Yeah.
recognize the song probably, but I
not the
wouldn't be
band.
able to tell you who the fuck sang it.
Okay, I'm not gonna play the full ones because I really am pushing my luck here. But I'll show you the drum beat I'm talking about. But then I'll also show you a song from my favorite album of theirs, and it's not heavy. Like it's not. I know most of their stuff is heavy, but this one, I'll show you two of them. The first one is it is heavy, but I'm just go for the drum beat, and then I'll go to the other one.
Okay, I'll load another. I'll load another clip for you.
But they're both on the same album, which is actually my favorite album by Atreyu. My favorite album by Atreyu is called Lead
me.
Sail Paper Anchor. Okay. So just for the drum beat, and then I'll show you the song I like. They're like really well. I like both of them, but you don't want to listen to this guy scream at you. I promise. Okay. I like this kind of music, but you probably you might not. You know. Wait, no. Where did it go? I lost it. Hold on. Okay. Share screen. Yeah, this is my favorite album by them. Wait, it might not be Doomsday that I was thinking of. Hold on. Let me copy this. It might actually be Can't Happen Here. Still the same album, though. Yeah, that's the one. Oh, I remember everybody was so mad at this song because it says, "Does your God know my God? This is how the world will end."
I
Those
had that
drums.
discussion with Jill last night. Yeah, that last one was good drums. I like this.
you probably don't want to hear them scream at you, but they don't always scream, which is why I wanted
I
to
gotta
show you.
admit, that's a hard note to hit, coming right out of the gate like that, for sure.
Yeah. And the whole, almost the whole, well, hold on, not almost
you-
the whole song is like that, but if you get to the chorus, oh, there's the chorus. There's the chorus.
We get what we take when we take nothing. All the helmet from your eye. We're erased and betrayed by mistakes. Does your life, no my God, this is how the world will live.
Anyway, yeah, but the song, I think the first song I heard by them was actually this one. Totally different vibe.
Marching along like a good soldier does. I'm setting sail with anchors holding me down. Pack up my bags, stow them away, bidding farewell to all that is safe. Will I come up fair? Come up fair. After a while, the current is calling me, lulling me, waving goodbye. I'm out here alone. God, can you save me now? Sinking, my heart turns to stone.
Anyway, that was the first song I heard by them. Absolutely love it.
It's got a nice ballad feel to it.
Yeah, and it's very metaphoric. Like, I think there's one time where he says, I was thirsty, I needed a drink, I never thought it would, what did he say? It's something like that. I can't remember it right now because I just got it mixed up with a totally different band in my head. But it's like, I really like that song, Lead Sail Paper Anchor, and that Lead Sail Paper Anchor is my favorite album by them. It's one of their earlier ones too.
Lead Sail Paper Anchor. That's
Where
a
is
statement.
it? Needed a drink. I never thought this would consume me whole.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Will I come up for air? Yeah, it's a really interesting song. I like that one, and that was the first one I heard by them.
If you want to hear a good drum beat, it's in the private chat.
If you want to hear a good bass solo, you need to check out Donnie Benet. He's got the
Yeah,
song
Johnny
Law.
Benet. You can fucking lay it down.
Yep.
Frank recommends Johnny
Yeah.
Benet.
gonna give me a copyright strike? I should pause it for a minute, huh?
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I got it from YouTube, but that doesn't matter. But it might. Yeah, it might. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I might have gotten myself one earlier, right? I'm just pausing every now and then, like it's gonna do something, and it probably won't. And I don't care. It's not like I'm monetized or anything.
It hasn't shut your stream down yet, as far as we know.
That's good. Well, I didn't play the whole
That's
song
enough.
twice.
That's
so
that's just one of my favorite drum beats of all time.
I like this song. They
It's
should bring
old
back.
as
They
fuck.
should.
Like
It is good
80s.
though. You think that's old? Oh my god. Okay, you want to see some things on my? I'll show you some old stuff on my playlist, and you were gonna make fun of me. Okay. Here's
Oh, I don't know about
one.
that. I mean, the Led Zeppelin's older than that, and then you got the fucking
Oh, just wait. Hold on.
fucking Yardbirds, all of them. Fuck, they had great fucking drummers back then.
Am I still sharing the screen? Yeah. Okay. So let's go.
What was that fucking old dude's name? Buddy Rich? Buddy, the fuck was his name? Buddy God, I don't know. Oh yeah, Tommy James and the Shondells, Dragging the Line. Fuck yeah, it's like late 60s.
Vince and Crimson and Clover and who did
Crimson and
Rock On?
Clover, yeah, man.
And who did Rock On?
Making a living the old hard way.
Hard way.
Taking and giving my day by day. I did snow and rain and bright sunshine. Dragging the line.
Dragging the line.
Black dog sails purple flowers. Ain't got much, but what we got's ours. We dig snow and rain and bright sunshine. Dragging the line.
Dragging the line.
Dragging the line. Loving the free and feeling spirit of hugging a tree.
I would never make fun of this.
Digging the
This is
snow
fucking great
and
music,
rain
man.
and bright sunshine.
If music like this doesn't make your fucking hips move, there's fuck something wrong with you, man.
I love Tommy James and the Shondells.
Oh,
Also the guy that
Awesome.
sang "Rock On." I don't even know his name, but I know
rock
his name.
on. Hey.
Yeah, that
Oh.
blue jeans, they're clean,
Baby queen, prettiest girl I've ever seen.
Yeah, that one.
Oh,
Rock on.
man.
And then
I can't think of the fucking name. I
you know
gotta
what, we're
know.
gonna figure it out. And then what else do I listen to? Like my playlist is far more eclectic than people think it is.
Oh, Shaka Khan, man.
David
all kinds
Essex.
of fucking
It was
David Essex. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. What's your favorite Beatles song? Everybody, what's your favorite Beatles song?
I don't like. I was never, believe it or not, I was like never
I'm not
a
the biggest
huge
Beatles.
a huge fan of the Beatles. I'm trying to think.
I'm not the biggest Beatles fan either, but even I have my favorite Beatles song.
I've always kind of liked Taxman.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I'm your tax man. Because I don't know, it's political, but I've always kind of liked that one. Or it's a toss up between that one, I think, and Paperback Writer.
Mine's the one I used to sing to Super Munchkin when she had a hard day before bed. I'll show you my favorite cover of it right now.
Blackbird singing in the dead of night.
There's my favorite one right now. There's my favorite Beatles song.
Oh, yeah.
Right on. Yeah, that's a great song. George Harrison, man.
Here comes the sun, doo-doo-doo-doo. Here comes the sun, and I say it's
It's
alright.
all right.
Little darling, it's been a long, cold, lonely winter. Little darling, it feels like years since it's been here. Here comes the sun, doo-doo-doo-doo. Here comes the sun, and I say it's alright. Little darling, the smiles returning to the faces. Little darling, it seems like years since it's been here. Here comes the sun, doo-doo-doo. Here comes the sun, and I say it's alright. Sun, 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 here it comes. Sun, 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 here it comes. Sun, 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 here it comes. Little darling, I feel that ice is slowly melting. Little darling, it seems like years since it's been clear. Here comes the sun, doo-doo-doo. Here comes the sun, and I say it's alright. Here comes the sun, doo-doo-doo. Here comes the sun. It's alright. It's alright.
Anyway, that's my favorite Beatles song.
Right on. That's a great, excellent choice. I like it. It's got a good beat and you can dance to it. I give it an 8.
I think it's just like a upbeat,
You don't-
like simple melody, I think.
You don't remember? Do you remember American Bandstand?
I do.
I figured you would. I don't,
Yes.
Pixies might. You do. Okay.
Barely, but mostly reruns.
That's what they used to say on that show. They would like play a song and then they would like ask random people in the audience, or they would ask the panel, like, "What did you think?" "Oh, it's got a good beat and you can dance to it. I'll give it an 8."
So there's as much music as I listen to and as eclectic as I am, I'm constantly running into people that I've never heard before, and a lot of these people are famous. And I ran into one yesterday. What was their name?
Do you like disco and funk?
Some. You know what? I ran into a like reggae metalcore band, and they were pretty fucking cool. But that's not the one I was talking about. I'm gonna have to look them up though, because I'll post something by them eventually. But like, there's what's her name? Naomi John. I had never heard of this person before.
Fucking disco and funk, all about moving your body.
Okay, I have
It's
never
fucking amazing, man.
I had never heard of this person before.
Pretty bitch in a perfect little castle. Giving rich on the inside, she is fragile. But still she's receiving, her feeding her demons. But they keep coming back for more. Look a little closer, this is not a glow up.
Yeah.
Try to turn away and make you look at that. Look at that brand new face. Now it's time to get it ugly. Burn at the stake while the witch is gonna watch me. Bad mistake, never wanted you to love me. That's what I said. That's what I said. It's gonna get ugly. Fall from grace, but you never raise above me. Nothing's changed. You a copy of a copy. That's about to shake. I'ma get it, kamikaze. That's what I said. That's what I said. It's gonna get ugly. Nasty girl doesn't care about being handsome. Spider webs in the attic of her mansion. The stitch she's receiving, she loves how they're feeling. She couldn't care less for sure. Look a little closer, this is not a glow up. Time to get you sober, guess I gotta make you throw up. I'm collecting 4 pies, that you make it cold pie. Try to turn away and make you look at that. Look at that. Brand new face, now it's time to get it ugly. Brand new face, now it's time to get it ugly. Burn at the stake while the witch is gonna watch me. Bad mistake, never wanted you to love me. That's what I said, that's what I said. It's gonna get ugly. Far from grace, but you
Anyway, that was a random song I ran into, and I was like, I like that. Keeping it.
I like it too.
I'd never heard of this person before, ever. But now I have.
Naomi John.
Yeah.
You realize that we're now living in a post TikTok world?
Yeah, it's pretty scary.
It's like a TikTok-alypse.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
go back to my previous question. If banning
Can I
TikTok
trademark
was
that?
if banning TikTok was any kind of like privacy concern or security concern with China, then
It wasn't.
why did we? That's my point exactly. I think it's more like a big tech move, not happy about a foreign competitor. Because what we didn't go after was sites that are not only commonly used in America, but unlike TikTok, do not have servers outside of America, meaning our information is directly given to Chinese servers, like Temu, for example, RedNote, on and on. Some of these, their terms and conditions are even in Mandarin, but we don't get rid of these, right? We focused on TikTok, and I think that's weird.
I think it's even simpler than that. I think this all boils down to a case of dick waving.
Exactly. Tech bros here were so sad that a foreign invader was more popular.
It's just America saying our dick's bigger than yours. We're gonna show you. We're gonna flex. You gotta fucking get an American fucking owner or get the fuck out.
I think it's more about lobbyists.
Well,
If
yeah. Now we'll
if
see what
they
happens.
if they can't have TikTok, they get forced back on. Well, for now they can find like RedNote and things like that. But if they make the popular Chinese competitors obsolete or unobtainable, then they're forced where? To the American brands again, like YouTube and Instagram and Facebook and X and all that.
I heard that TikTok constantly sucks up all your data. Everything the lens of your phone beholds. Everything that's said within earshot of the microphone. All of
Temu
it.
probably does too. And their
Yeah,
terms and
yeah,
conditions
that's-
are in Mandarin. Why didn't we go after that? And on top of that, TikTok has servers outside of China. They have servers outside of China. But other apps that we refuse to touch, that we let people use every day, don't even have servers outside of China. Their servers are in China, meaning they're getting all sorts of data, and you have no idea what you agreed to because their terms and conditions are in Mandarin. We're not going after those. I'm just saying. It's a little weird.
Let
That's
those
why you should.
communists.
That's why we should all learn Mandarin.
Let those
Mostly
communists
communists.
be.
No, that's not what I said. As a matter of fact, if you heard me earlier, another thing I said was I would trade with Hong Kong, but I would not trade with any other region in China, because to do so is to 100% guarantee you are giving money to the Chinese Communist Party.
That would have dramatic effects on our economy.
Well, I'm not saying you could do that overnight. I'm saying I wouldn't have put us in the position to in the first place. Whoever did's a fucking idiot.
Well, in hindsight, one could make the argument moving all of our manufacturing and shit overseas maybe wasn't maybe the best economic move, but maybe not the smartest move in the long run, it turns out. Because now we want to bring manufacturing back to the United States, I think, is the goal.
Well, it's not just one person making all the decisions. It's a whole bunch of people
Yeah.
having their own reasons, and so then they do their thing, and then they all just add up.
Look, sometimes
Right.
it's the cheaper move. Sometimes it's the more environmentally friendly move. Sometimes it's a lot of reasons kind of move, right? But at the end of the day, you have choices, and you do not have to choose to pick the cheapest option and support dictators. You just don't. And I don't care who says otherwise.
Yeah, but if you try, and I've tried this myself, if you try to go and buy shit that's made in America, made in the USA, hard to find.
Look, I never said it was your generation's fault or my generation's fault. I said
I'm
somewhere along the
not.
line, somebody did
I'm
a
gonna place some
handshake with a
blame.
fucking dictator, and that was Bad News Bears.
Well,
Well, part of the thought was that I guess ever since World War II, they thought as long as we too many things at once are economically dependent upon each other, we're less likely to go to war. But the thing is, China made itself the choke point for most things.
You know how they got their start, though? That's what I'm saying, though, is we handed it to them not just once, but over and over. Because it's not
Yeah.
like we went into this and we were like, oh, China's going to manufacture all this shit cheaply, poor quality shit cheaply, right? It's not how it happened. At first, China was responsible, and they still kind of are, but they're getting very tired of it. They sent some back some years ago, actually. They refused to take some in. They got their start by taking in tons and tons of fucking trash from other companies, from other countries, and sorting through it,
Hmm.
right? And then it turned into this, we're going to let them produce everything cheaply at low fucking quality. And that's,
Yeah,
I
but
don't
it
care who you are, that was not a good decision. It's not like they've done anything good with it, right? Quite the opposite. They have to have like nets around like their tech buildings and shit,
right.
so
Keep
people don't
employees
kill
from jumping.
themselves. Yeah, I mean, it's fucking awful.
But the thing is, we didn't start
it
out with
doesn't.
just China. We started out with Malaysia and Indonesia, and all of them played well and played fairly. And then we thought, oh, okay, well, China will do the same. But they didn't, because they have a different central committee.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
just have one.
Why the fuck would they? Hong Kong will, but the rest
I
of
just have
China isn't
one.
Hong Kong.
Two quick things. Hi, Brojo, and I just wanted to point out the nets don't keep them from jumping. The nets keep them from hitting the ground.
That's true, but it's still fucking awful.
Hello.
Hey.
I'm having audio issues.
Well, you're having less problems than Gretchen did earlier, so you're fine.
You know, the
Yeah.
company I used to work for was originally incorporated in China, and when on Pocket Change. Anyway, when the Communist Party
Pocket yen.
happened, they flew their entire company, papers, employees, and all out overnight. And then they were incorporated in America. And now I'm not at that company anymore. I'm with a part of the company that went independent, but that's beside the point. But the point is, yeah, they weren't even incorporated in America. It was in China. Weird, huh?
Small world.
Why don't we just make China
Hello,
the
St.
51st
Tommy.
state?
No.
Your mic's low, Downey Thomas. How you doing, Pixie?
Good. You missed the topic a long time ago because it has been way too long.
Oh,
Why am I
well,
still on?
I don't know the topic. What's the topic?
Oh, no, it's so long past. It
Oh.
Labels.
about why people label themselves like products even though it's inaccurate and doesn't really say anything. And why they think these labels are so important.
I'm trying to talk Pixie into moving to San Francisco so she can see what it's like from the other side.
It's not about from the other side, right? It's I can say the same things to both sides, right? And I did earlier. I said, what if Republican can mean anything from the rhinos people complain about, the corporate Republicans, the moderate Republicans, to the MAGA people, to the Tea Party people, to everything in between. And these factions are so opposed to each other that they are actively working against each other, then what does Republican mean? And at the same time, if you tell me you're a Democrat, well, what does that mean to me? Are you a corporate Democrat, a moderate Democrat? Are you a progressive Democrat? Are you a fucking Marxist? What does it mean? You're not telling me anything. Are you even aligned with the people you think are on your side? How many corrupted people are there? How many? Do you even know? How do you put that much trust in a group? Specifically a group that's not agreeing with each other. And what the fuck is that label supposed to say? It doesn't. I don't understand. And why do we want to label ourselves like products? It's not like this is
It's for the
bread,
tribe.
this and this. But
Pixie.
that's the point. But the point is the tribe is a lie because certain
Well.
factions of the tribe are actively working against other factions of the tribe. It's not like you're walking up and you're seeing this label and it says bread and this is made with flour and eggs and milk. You're walking up to this person and you're like, Republican, you can either have this or this quality. You may have this or this quality, but it may be none of those. It could actually be this. And you might have one of these 4 options over here. Well, how is that even the fucking same? How it doesn't say anything.
So you're an anti-tribalist.
Anti-labelist.
Look,
Yeah.
I have trouble trusting one person. I don't like you can trust a whole group of them while they actively work against each other and call that a cohesive tribe. That's a tribe? Where the fuck in that tribe do you belong? What part of that do you think is representing you? And if it's only a faction of them, then why the fuck are all of you a tribe? And what
Why
the
don't
fuck
we
does
just-
that label mean?
Why don't we just try
There's
to work with groups that resonate with our values, no matter where they are at?
But that's what I'm saying. I think
there's
we make
differing-
enemies of people that shouldn't be enemies because of labels. But I also think that we accept people that don't align with our values because their labels suggest they do. Otherwise, you would not have a label so broad that it encompasses more than one group actively working against each other.
And then you become no different than the Christians fighting amongst each other, and then people
there's
looking from the outside say, "Look, they're all divided."
That's what I'm saying. It already is.
Yeah.
Well, that's
The
because there's
establishment Republicans do not like MAGA, and MAGA do not like the establishment Republicans. The establishment Republicans do not like the Tea Party. The Tea Party do not like establishment Republicans.
The
The
Tea Party still
Marxist and the
exists.
progressive. I know. Hold on. The Marxist and the but they've kind of melded into another group I already named. Thank you. I went
Oh
backwards.
wait, I still get invited to their
The-
meetings, but I
the-
haven't gone yet.
The progressive.
You use the
But on
word
the other
trust.
side, hold on. On the other side, yeah, I'll get there in a minute. On the other side, you have the progressives. You have the progressives that don't align with the corporate Democrats. You have the moderates that don't align with the Marxists, right? They actively have philosophies that work against each other, but they're under the same umbrella. So what exactly is that umbrella supposed to tell me about the person?
Pixie,
It
you're
doesn't
just
really
repeating
tell me
yourself
anything.
now, Pixie dear. You're just repeating yourself.
Because I don't like. What do you mean about the word trust, DT? Because I just said that. Even if
Well,
let's
that's
say,
what I'm trying. That's what I'm. The point I'm trying to make is
yeah,
there are differing levels of trust.
of course there is.
Right.
Right. So how do you get an umbrella? Okay, so follow me here. You have an umbrella. You have this label that you identify with. This is your team, but this label is so big that it also encompasses people actively working against you.
We
And
got it
even-
already. You're saying it again.
I'm not done yet, Brojo. Even if you can narrow that down, okay, even if you can narrow that down and you could be like, okay, we're kicking these people out of the group, they're not a part of us, whatever, because we don't stand for that nonsense. Even if you get there, you're left with this group of people, right? But that doesn't solve the problem to me because
We need bridge builders, Pixie. Bridge
Yeah,
builders.
also it's
that was the
you're
other part of the conversation, Brojo, but we haven't gotten there yet.
Oh.
Because
You're
he's
trying to
addressing my trust thing.
You're
So-
trying to solve a problem of human nature.
No, I'm not trying
Like
to solve a
maybe
problem.
maybe it's not even a fucking problem.
DT, I never said it was a fucking problem, nor did I ever fucking say I was trying to solve anything. I simply asked, why? Why do you think we feel the need to label ourselves like products, and why do we place such a high value on it? That's what I was asking.
What I'm trying to say is maybe there's no answer to that question.
And
Why?
maybe there isn't. But
There
anyway,
isn't. Because we're
that was-
tribalistic. That's the way we are. That's the way humans are.
but that was
That's the way
part of the
animals
discussion.
are. Animals do that. They run in packs.
Okay, that was part of the discussion, but then again, we go back to the reason I brought up people being so diverse under the same umbrella is because if it's tribalistic and shared values, you wouldn't expect to see an umbrella so broad that you have such disparaging values under the same label. So
Because
it's
the
not
corporate-
descriptive or tribal.
Because the corporate leaders want to force us all under that umbrella and try to force us to pool our resources to donate to their causes so they can say, see, I'm going to help you out. I might not really be doing what you want, but it's all for the good of the group against that other group. And so it's
Now-
just a way to divide us.
And then I said, the real harm in labels, particularly overly broad labels that don't actually say anything, is that I think it supports the tendency to make enemies where there are none because of these
Right.
labels. Right.
Yeah.
It's just like when Odin was talking to James Apperson, and his question was, is there any version of Christianity compatible with secular humanism? And Odin went up there and they had this discussion and they agreed on most things. And where they didn't agree, they could agree that it was none of each other's business and they wouldn't be affecting either person's choice. Right. So we get to the end of it. And then, so clearly you agree, these are, you have common goals you can work towards. Right. But immediately people start jumping on Odin and they're like, well, you can't make this Christian believe and you can't make that Christian believe. And what if this Christian says that? And that's what frustrates me, because of this label, they're throwing him in with people who don't share his beliefs, right? And they're making an enemy out of somebody that they already showed they could be compatible with, right? Philosophically. B, they turn and they
They're
start
burning bridges.
demanding. They start demanding these unreasonable things, right? Like, well, they turn the question from, is there a version of Christianity compatible with secular humanism, to, well, we can't make all Christians secular humanists, which is ridiculous because we can't make all atheists human secularists, right? And so that is another problem that I
So you
see.
got to find the
in
most
these-
liberal Christian.
Well, that's
Right.
yeah, but that's another problem that I see with these like overly broad labels that don't seem to
Right.
say anything.
It all depends on how well you want to get to know someone. How far down do you want to parse their labels as to what type of Christian or atheist or fucking political whatever? You know what I mean?
You
It
lost
takes
St.
time
Tommy.
it takes time to get to know people.
Anyway, the conversation went a lot like that. And then the trust was, the bigger the group, the harder the time I have trusting it, because there's so many differences that I don't know that it's cohesive. I don't know if somebody's trying to sabotage. I don't know who's corrupted. There's so many more variables, and I think that I have such trust issues on a person-to-person basis already, that the bigger the group gets, the more inherently distrustful I am of the cohesion of that group.
I don't want any part of a group that would have me as a member. Tog, you fucking little rascal. Get in here.
Well, he got here at the very end. It's been like
Oh, okay.
almost 5 hours, guys.
I
I
know,
have
it's a
been
long
here
stream.
like too long.
Go
But I
for
did have
10.
fun.
Go for 10.
No, because I gotta read on Monday. I've got to read because I'm way behind.
Gonna read on Monday.
I gotta work on Monday.
Yeah, for the book club stream. I had a bunch of stuff
Okay.
happen and I haven't done it in a while.
Well, I'm gonna smoke a bowl.
That is
thank
God,
you
fine.
by
for
the
me.
grace of your God, maybe you'll get here too one day.
Well, he can come up. You
Was
guys
that
can
from
talk
Avenged
backstage. I can
Sevenfold?
stay. I'll stay for another 15 minutes. I'll end it at 5 hours technically. Oh, see,
He's
he's
at the church
at the
at
moment.
the moment. Wow.
Sure.
Are you waxing the pews?
What are you doing at church at
Giggity,
this
giggity.
hour?
He's cleaning it. What the fuck you think he's doing at the church at this hour?
Oh, he's cleaning the church?
I'm guessing. I mean, I'm just spitballing here.
Oh, I'm off on Monday. That's right. That's why I can read Monday. I had to work today, though. I gotta remind myself not to clock in. Do not
I'm
clock
doing my
in.
first gay wedding Monday. And my first wedding on
Oh,
Monday.
that's
Nice.
right.
I hope
That's
you have a wonderful
fabulous.
time.
Inauguration day.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna miss part of the inauguration. Sucks, kind of.
Yeah.
Not, I mean, it would have sucked a long time ago when it wasn't even recorded, but it's not like
Yeah,
you miss it forever and ever now.
true that. I might get part of it because I think it's at noon. I don't have to be.
Remember when we had to record everything on VCRs and set the timers?
Oh God.
Yeah. It's gonna be a huge day.
Virgil, I just
I
heard
remember-
the exasperation in that.
I mean,
The
I
Blinking
remember
12.
being in grade school and they'd fucking bring a TV into the classroom so you could watch a fucking presidential whatever or a rocket go up.
Oh my god, I had one of those really old TVs that had just like a couple of channels and it had a little dial on it. And when
And the rabbit
you
ears
lift
with
it up,
the tin foil. Fuck
And when you
yeah.
lifted, it was
That's a
huge.
TV.
And when you lifted up one side, there was an AM FM radio, and then when you lifted up the other side, there was a record
Oh
player.
yeah, the console, man. Yeah, the
The
console TV,
old,
fucking
yeah.
stereo, tape player. Yeah, 8-track. Fuck yeah.
No, there was not an 8-track. It was older than that. It
Oh.
just had a record. It had an AM FM radio on one side, and it had a vinyl player, like a record player on the other side. It was old.
Nice.
And then
Man, those were the days.
yeah, and then I had a Walkman because I was poor. I couldn't afford a CD player. And then
I remember trying
Oh
to
my gosh.
jog with a fucking Walkman when they first came out, and it was not good.
I remember getting my first portable
Or a
CD
disc,
player
yeah.
and immediately going back to the Walkman because on my runs
Oh,
because
the Walkman was a cassette. Yeah.
yeah, and so it wouldn't
Yeah.
skip. It wouldn't if you tried to run with that portable CD player, it would like
Yeah,
your
the
CD would start
Discman.
skipping.
I remember that. It was way, yeah. The fucking
Yeah.
cassette was way better for skipping. Yeah.
So I would go back to the cassette. And
$140
sometimes the tape
tip.
would get all
Holy
crazy
fuck,
and you'd have to
man.
get the pencil and roll it back in.
Nice. Did the
Record over the
21-year-olds
radio.
like your
Yeah,
your
good
style?
time. Yeah, mixed
Right
it up
on.
with some older stuff, you know.
Nice.
Yeah.
We were
Nice.
doing that a while ago. We played
Had a
some
good time.
Tommy James and the Shondells a minute ago.
Was there any 21-year-olds there that were interested in you?
No, but I think some of the had a
Mothers?
couple of the older women hitting on me
Grandmothers?
in front of their husbands too. They're like, yeah, they
Oh
were like,
wow, yeah.
they're like touching me. Oh, could you play the? I'm like,
Right. It's kind of fucking it's interesting. I know exactly what you're talking about. Because I've been in that position before, and it's fucking weird, isn't it?
yeah. I'm like, you know, and then one's the kids still look at me on that, and like, I'm like, your husband's right there. What the fuck?
Exactly, right? It's like
This is
they're
a small
fucking,
party too. It's like 30 people.
right. It's like they're fucking with your mind is what that's how I take that. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, your husband's right there.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God. Your husband's right there, but you're talking, you know, I don't know.
Maybe he was talking to someone else too. You don't know.
It could be, right? But it's
Yeah, maybe they're
Or,
into swinging or something like that. Maybe they're into, I don't know,
Right.
maybe.
but it's a socially
Maybe he's into voyeurism.
it's a socially awkward
I know. I get it.
position to be
Yeah.
in. It's fucking
It is awkward.
You know what's really
Like, I-
awkward?
And I can't even pursue it. I can't even say anything because I'm in a,
oh, exactly.
I'm working.
You're in a
I'm
professional
working.
capacity for sure.
Yeah.
Right.
The most
You're
awkward
you're completely handcuffed.
Yeah.
See, the most awkward I ever felt was when I was younger because I used to have like a really, really big baby face. Like when people thought I was a teenager until like my early 30s. Like for real. And so it was really awkward because teenagers would hit on me all the time. And I would just be like, no, and you are fucking weird. Like I have a kid. That's my kid, you know? And I remember like they would get brazen. One guy just would not drop it. He was like, age is just a number. And I was like, and jail is just a room, motherfucker. Go. Like, go. What are you doing? That guy was really brave. Like he followed me across town. Fucking weirdo. Anyway, that was the most uncomfortable, was getting hit on by teenage boys when I was not a teenager.
The most interesting
How old were you?
experience. The most interesting
The
experience.
time he
I
chased
ever
me
had-
across town, I was 26. It was weird. When I tell you I had a baby face, like I had a really baby face. Like really. It was
the
bad.
most interesting experience I ever had in that realm was I was visiting my brother in Irvine, California. And his wife's daughter, which wasn't his daughter because it's like his third or fourth marriage or whatever. Anyway, his wife, her daughter was fucking getting married that weekend that I was down there visiting it. So they invited me to the wedding. And it was kind of, it wasn't like super swanky, but it was pretty swanky. So I had like a decent suit on. And I went to this wedding, and I don't fucking know anybody here. Like, I don't know. I've never met his wife, his stepdaughter or whatever before that day. Like, I literally know my brother and his wife. And anyway, at the reception, they were busy fucking socializing with whoever. This woman came up to me, and she was hot. And I didn't know, like, there were, I have no idea who these people are, like, or who this woman was that came up to me. She could have been any of these dudes' wives. She walked right up to me from across the room and said, "You are the most handsome man in this room." And I didn't know what the fuck to do, man. I had just met my soon-to-be ex-wife at the time.
Oh, geez. That must have been really awkward.
It was, yeah, it was interesting.
Have you ever got a compliment that wasn't hitting on you, but the compliment itself was just really weird and you didn't know what to think of it?
Oh, I think I might have told Bro. I'll tell you another story that had just happened to me this last year. I was moving back to the States from Newfoundland. So I was driving across Canada. And somewhere in Manitoba, I stopped for the night at a fucking Holiday Inn. Spent the night because I've been on the road for like a day and a half. Anyway, and I'm getting divorced. I'm leaving Newfoundland. I'm on my own. I got all my shit in my fucking rig, right? And so I go down to the lobby in the morning. I'm leaving the Holiday Inn to get a cup of coffee. And there's this woman there. She's pretty good looking. And I'm getting myself a cup of coffee. And I had to like reach kind of across where she was standing to get a lid for my coffee to go. And I said, "Excuse me." And I thought she said no. And I asked her, I said, "Did you say no?" And she said, "No." I said, "Go ahead." So anyway, we had that little moment and she was pretty cool. And I got my coffee and I went back up to my room and I got my shit. And I saw her out in the parking lot when I was getting ready to leave. So I went over and I told her, I said, "Hey, I just want to let you know you're a beautiful woman. Have a great day." And I got in my Jeep and I fucking went on the road. And that was all I wanted to say to her. I didn't want her fucking number. I wasn't hitting on her. I just wanted to let her know, hey, you made my fucking day.
I've gotten some.
Okay, wait. It gets better. This is where it gets fucking unreal. Because you were saying, have I ever had somebody give me a compliment? Anyway, okay, so I'm drinking that cup of coffee. I'm feeling pretty good about life. I'm on the fucking road. I'm back on the highway. I got fucking 2 more days to drive. The next place I stop to get another cup of coffee, I get out of my Jeep. And as I'm walking into this building, there's a woman about 10 years older than me. And she's, fairly attractive. And I notice her. And I think she held the door open for me. And I said, "Thank you." And she said, "You're welcome." And then I took one more step to go into this place. And all I heard was, "You look great." This woman said to me out of the fucking blue after what just happened at the Holiday Inn like 2 hours before that. It was fucking unreal, man.
Because you were glowing. You were glowing from the last moment.
But I mean, like, I just was like odd, like really, okay, like here's, sometimes I get really odd compliments and yeah, exactly. But sometimes I get really odd compliments and I don't know they're compliments until somebody explains it to me. Like, For example,
Right.
one time I
That's
was
yeah.
wearing this dress at a wedding. I was at somebody's wedding and I was wearing this dress. And there's this like really old gentleman there. And he turns around and he looks me up and he looks me down and then he looks me dead in the eyes and he goes, "Your dress looks like an oriental rug." Then just kind of nods his head and then shakes my hand and then turns around and keeps going. And I had never seen this man in my life.
What the fuck?
And yeah, he just said, "Your dress looks like an oriental rug," like half smiled and nodded and then just like walked away. And I was like, "What?" Like shook my hand and then walk away. So I kind of look over my shoulder at the person behind me and they were like, "Oh, that's a compliment. It means he loves your dress. He collects oriental rugs." And I'm like, "Oh, okay. That's
Oh,
wonderful." Like
Yeah, because I was just saying
I
maybe it is a compliment because some rugs are really nice.
I
I was
I
like,
was I
"What
was
the
trying.
hell?"
I was thinking that might have just been old man speak for, "Hey, you got a great ass."
No, like apparently my dress, the pattern and the colors on my dress reminded him of like oriental rugs, which he collects. I don't know. It was and every now and then I get a compliment like that. Somebody will say something like really random to me, and I just like freeze and look around, and then somebody else is like, "This is a compliment because of this," and I'm like,
It's
"Okay."
it's unreal, and this is cool. And I do this in real life. It's unreal what a fucking compliment to a complete fucking stranger can do to their fucking day.
Yeah,
And
just
it
make
makes
sure
my
they know
and
it's a
it
compliment.
makes my day. If I see a woman
Yeah.
and she's got a nice dress on or whatever, I don't have any problem saying, "Hey, you look good."
Even like
Right, but
even
that's
smiles.
what I'm saying. He wasn't like, "I
Yeah,
love your dress. Your dress looks great." He's just like looks me straight in the eyes and he's like, "Your dress looks like an oriental rug." And I was like,
right.
"What?"
It's like,
Like,
okay.
what? I did not know how to respond to that. I just smiled. I was like,
Right. But that's also in today's society, as a male, I don't know, maybe as a female too, but as a male, that's the risk you take. If you say something like that to a woman, are they going to think that you're creeping on them?
well, I mean, I knew he obviously wasn't. This man was like
Right.
like 70s or 80s and I was like 22. It
Oh,
was just
70s or 80s don't stop a man.
Well, there's a lot of times if there's a woman, she has a dress on, I like the dress and it looks good on her, I have to compliment her.
Oh,
But I
yeah,
mean,
that's
I
what
do
I'm
that. I
saying.
do that to other people. I'm like, "I love your skirt. Your dress looks great. I love your
Oh,
shoes.
my
I love
God.
your hair." I do that
Yeah.
constantly. But I'm just saying every now and then a weird one comes at me that I don't know how to respond to. Like, "Your dress looks like an oriental rug." How was I supposed to know that was a compliment if somebody did not immediately explain this to me?
Your dress
That's
look
it.
like oriental rug. Can I lay on top of it?
Yeah, yeah. But
I've also had another dress at an art gallery where some stranger goes, "Your dress looks like a Van Gogh painting. Where did you get it?" And I was like, "That's an interesting reference considering like it's like a striped dress." I don't know. Kind of, not really. Like in an odd pattern. But anyway, I was like, "Van Gogh? Really? That's strange." I did not see Van Gogh in it. People say weird things, I guess. But I
I
don't
was
say
like,
weird things like that. I'm not like, "Your dress looks like Picasso." I'm just like, "I like your dress." Why is that so hard?
I was in a casino a while back, and I have like this member card there, whatever rewards card, right? And I went to get a mocha, and she said, "Do you have your rewards card?" And then this chick was like 21 and fairly hot, right? And I said, "Well, no, I don't." And she said, "Well, do you have your phone number?" So I gave her my phone number, and she looked it up. And then when she brought my mocha, I gave her a tip, and she said something, and I said, "Now you have my number." It was fucking hilarious. She laughed her ass off.
Or you could have said, well, now you have my number. Can I get yours?
I could have said, yeah, but yeah, I use fewer words. I just said, yeah, here's your tip, and you have my number.
That's a good one.
She laughed, and she was probably thinking, fuck you, old man, get the fuck out of here. Easily enough to be my granddaughter. Young enough, for sure. I don't know. Strangers are kind of cool to me because, like, you have no emotional investment there. They're
Yeah.
fucking strangers, right? Like, if
Yeah.
you miss with your compliment, never gonna see you again.
Yeah, don't matter. Whatever.
Yeah, but see, that's the difference. That was the first time I ever met that man, but I happened to see
Right.
him repeatedly over the years. So I don't know. That was my first encounter with him, though. Was just that moment right there.
The Persian.
Oh, I know I fell out last night. It was late. I was tired.
Oh yeah, you fucking yeah, you nodded off or something, man. We went to
And
Hillary's.
now after doing a party, I'm all wound up.
Oh fuck. We went to Hillary's after you fell asleep. He started to hang out,
Is
and
that the one I got the memo about?
that went for another fucking 5 hours, I think.
I
didn't it?
see you had Jill in
That's what
there.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's the one. That's
Oh
the
my
one I
God.
got a memo. Okay, I got a memo about that stream.
and then where
Jay.
Jill goes, Jay follows.
Okay, so Jay,
Brojo.
I ran into
Brojo.
Jay at Togs. I ran into Jay at Togs, and he gave me the memo and the new little Jill tagline from Hillary's. And then I got to rub salt in the wound when Jill briefly made an appearance at Togs this morning, and then he exited.
I had a Jill relapse last night, Brojo.
Really? What do you mean? What do you mean? You yelled at him?
I went at it with him for it might have been 4 hours. I don't know.
4 hours?
It was glorious.
Maybe, yes.
Oh no!
What did he say? He said average is
One
better
highlights.
than proficient.
Yeah.
I went
said-
at him
yeah.
as hard as I've ever gone at him last night. I didn't let him fucking get a word in edgewise.
He said
Like I put it in and broke it off hard several fucking times.
Okay, he said average is better than proficient. That was the tagline from the stream.
Average is better than what?
Oh, he said
Proficient.
several good ones.
Yeah,
Oh.
because you know proficiency tests where they measure how proficient you are,
Mhm.
right? He says because the average scores are above like the base minimum, that it's better than proficient. And I'm like, imagine thinking proficiency scores that show you are less proficient than other regions means your average ass is a genius. I bet he's waiting on a letter from Mensa. And then he got upset, and then I rubbed more salt in the wound, all kinds of stuff. It was fun.
Here's what happened before that led to most of this. I
Does
don't
he ever
well
admit
no,
he's
I don't
wrong?
No, that's the problem. He used the word. This is kind of how something to this effect. Hillary's can point me out if I'm wrong. He used the word proficient somewhere, and then he said something about average, and he had the two words fucked up, and I knew it. And I said, "Look, like, what do you think proficient means?" And then he couldn't really tell me. So then I read him the definition of proficient, and it basically is fucking better than average. That's almost the verbatim definition of proficient.
You have professional in there. Professional.
No, well, yeah. So,
well, professional and efficient, right? Proficient.
Wait, just let me sum up at the very beginning real quick. So, right out of the gate, he was fucking wrong about the meaning of proficient and average. He was wrong, and I had him fucking dead to rights right out of the gate, and I wasn't going to fucking let go. And every time he tried to explain something to me, I just told him, you're fucking wrong. You're wrong by definition. You're wrong. You're not getting out of this one. Just shut your fucking hole.
Can you just bring up a
And
dictionary definition?
that lasted 10 minutes. I had to tell him to shut his fucking hole for probably 2 minutes straight several times.
From what
Just
I
shut
hear,
And he
Yeah.
kept talking the whole fucking
Yeah.
time. It was amazing.
From what I hear, he kept trying to get around it by alluding to the average score on a proficiency test being greater than the bare minimum, meaning
No,
average.
he tried to conflate. He tried to equivocate and conflate intermediate with average.
Right. Well, he's just even then the average scores on the proficiency test say that we're less proficient than other areas. So even our average, and then so when I was rubbing salt in the wounds this morning, he said something. He tried to bring up the Series 6 stuff again. He was like, if what was it that he said? He said he was like, you have to have a license to sell variables, and then he got upset because I said something about, that's right, and you relied on your boss's license because the Series 6 was too hard for you because he was proficient and you're below average. Noted. It's getting clearer. And then he got very upset.
You do the nervous laugh.
I tried to ask him,
He's in
just to
chat.
clear everything up. I asked him, if you had to put the words average, fluent, and proficient in order on a scale, how would you do that? And he still couldn't admit he was wrong. His answer to that was, average and proficient are the same thing, and fluent is better.
Well, that's Jill. Nothing's going to change.
I know. That's what I said. I had a Jill relapse. He sucked me in. Like, I think he created a demon in me, perhaps, or summoned one. It's my only explanation.
I wasn't there. I just got the memo from Jay and Togs this morning. And
I swear to God, I don't understand. Here's the thing I don't understand about him. And it happened last night several times. Only I was talking over him purposefully. And it was clear. I hope it was clear to everybody that was there. I was purposely talking over him. I was not going to shut my mouth until he shut up. And I'm pretty good at it when I get on a roll. And he talked and he's also people put him backstage. And I swear to God, he's been backstage before for 2 minutes, talking the whole fucking time, doesn't even know that he's backstage. And then when you bring him back in, he's still talking like nothing fucking happened. That's weird.
Yeah, that happened twice last night. I put him backstage. He was back there for like 30 seconds one time and a minute the other. And he was still talking when I brought him back out.
Yeah, he does that a lot. He used to do that on other channels. He used to do that on Brojo's.
How do you... It's an interesting ability. And I'm wondering how do you develop that to just
I told you last night.
Much?
I think he likes the sound of it. I think he likes the sound of his own voice, and I think he likes talking in circles, because if he talks in circles long enough, he'll exhaust you, and then he can claim victory because he never even answered in the first fucking place.
And he does that to everybody he knows in his personal life and his family, and they know it, so they just let him fucking ramble on and ignore it.
Okay.
That's
Robert
what I said
Plant,
last
thank
night.
you. Thank you for that, Robert Plant. Can I say the one thing I'm going to say?
Yeah.
Big log. You better fix your mic before Brojo gets back, or he's gone. I'm telling you.
Whatever. He'll be fine. Or he can give me a blowjob, just like Hustle and Flow. Whatever. So anyway.
Whoa.
Well, we gotta give a blowjob for a mic. Anyway. So he made a confession out loud to everyone in front of me. did anybody catch it?
Who?
When he
I
Joe?
said,
I wasn't
when he
there. I
said,
just got some highlights, so
here's,
probably not.
here's the dealio, that if you didn't catch it, because he said it almost under his breath, and snide, of course, always. I guess I'm not as humble as you.
Of course he's
Anger
not.
is confessional by its very nature. So there you go. That's how he got there. Crime.
But he was bragging when he said that.
Yeah, that's his confession.
An issue right now. It's gonna be an issue.
Brojo, you good?
Yo,
You okay?
I'm fine. Why?
Okay. Well, because you sound really annoyed.
Are we gonna have a fucking issue?
Yeah. Are we? Is Gretchen's mic all right? There won't be no issue.
Does it? So it really does bother you like the eating bothers me.
Yes.
No, I heard you say something about we're gonna have an issue.
Yeah, that's why I was like, are you okay?
I heard Gretchen's voice. I'm like, ah.
I'll
He
be
does
right
it to
back.
me
Oh, I
too.
hope that mic's fixed.
I just want you to know that right there is why I don't join you while I'm at work anymore, because my audio isn't always great while I'm at work and you like to yell at me about it. So I have to wait till I'm off work and I can use my computer. But now I know why. Oh, everybody got quiet now.
I'm chewing.
Oh, well then I appreciate the quiet. Okay. But since it is quiet and I have been going 5 hours, I am sorry. I am going to shut it down and maybe Hillary's or Brojo or somebody else will stream.
Okay. It's amazing how different. I bought a different brand of cashews. And I'm not liking them like the other brand. And you just think like cashews are cashews.
No, they're different.